could reference his gallant persona, but also his association with the Byrgenwerth campaign. Most notable about our face-off against him, however, is how he wields a now enlightened Moonlight Blade. In the second phase of the fight, he relinquishes his beastly stance to an upright position, and battling us not as a beast, but as a warrior, even speaking to us in a comprehensible manner, suggesting his remaining resilience. The battle goes from being won with a great hunter turned beast to a battle with a beast turned great hunter, and as Ludwig is emboldened by the true form of an ancient relic of the Great Ones, we are given insight into how powerful Ludwig truly was, calling forth his title as an ancient warrior from a time of chivalry. Ludwig ranks this high on the list as this battle is not just with the epitome of the hunt or the epitome of beasts, but also the epitome of all those things tied down by an aspect of the Great Ones. As we get closer to the upper rankings of this list, you'll realise we are etching closer and closer to the elusive Great Ones themselves. Understanding the Great Ones is one of the grandest objectives in the entire game, as it does not just hold world-altering truth, but also the power to manipulate the world around you. Mikolash's story starts, as many things do, in Byrgenwerth. Though Mikolash's position or specified duties at Byrgenwerth are never spoken of, it's likely he departed the academic institution with Lawrence after the old blood was found deep within the Thumerian labyrinths. While the Healing Church was slowly embedding itself into Yharnam with great success, the institution began overshadowing even Byrgenwerth, and so the church, with an abundance of resources, began bureaucratizing upper echelons of the church and created sister institutions with the common goal of human evolution. Two of these notable sister institutions were the School of Mensis and the Choir. While we have spoken much about the nature of both of these in previous entries, what we need to know here is that there was a degree of cohesion between the two institutions initially, as evidenced by the Augur Vibritus. But eventually, the School of Mensis separated from the Choir and retreated to Yahar'gul to continue much less ethical means of communing with the Great Ones. When we consider the Choir were responsible for using orphans as experiment fodder, we have to ask ourselves, what was Mikolash doing? But we learn quite quickly that Mikolash began a scale of operations much greater than the Choir and created a shadowy group to kidnap Yharnamites, dead or alive, to experiment with in the now developing School of Mensis. We also learn the School of Mensis started to backpedal from the Healing Church too. After the success of Byrgenwerth in creating Rom, Mikolash retreated from blood ministration as a core means of evolution and instead reaffirmed Master Willem's teaching, specifically around the quote, "We are thinking on the basis of planes, what we need are more eyes." It's not surprising to see why Mikolash therefore required test subjects who were unwilling to forfeit themselves or their eyes to the experiments. We see Mikolash's reaffirmed dedication to the Byrgenwerth traditions through his garbs, with striking similarities to those we find in Byrgenwerth itself. Mikolash and the School of Mensis would strike many grand discoveries and are even credited with the creation of a Great One themselves in the form of the Brain of Mensis, but also striking an alliance with the Great One Amygdala and the creation of the Nightmare of Mensis. What specific rituals the institution used to manifest these successes is never alluded to, but we can see the remnants of many of the experiments throughout our walk through the school, with beings such as the One Reborn, but more specifically the Brain of Mensis, a literal brain lined with eyes. It's unclear as to what exactly caused the Nightmare of Mensis, as we do not have details about the ritual that forced it into being, but we can assume it's linked to some degree of success with communing with the Plane of Great Ones, specifically the infant Great One Murgo, or even Erden, evidenced by a battle against Murgo's wet nurse that upon defeat gives us the text, Nightmare Slain. Something we only see two other times in the game, but both times in reference to a being that is responsible for an alternate plane of existence, with the Moon Presence as the Hunter's Dream and the Orphan of Kaz as the Hunter's Nightmare. We can assuredly put Mikolash at the heart of the successes of the School of Mensis, as he is the only named member of the institution that's spoken of, but also his position is further exemplified by the fact that we have to use his corpse to enter the nightmare, with his corpse being in the middle of the lecture hall of what is likely the final stage of the ritual that still birthed the minds of the participants. To add further credit to Mikolash's influence, we also learn that he is the only member of the school that made it through the ritual alive. This can likely be attributed to the level of insight Mikolash possessed and his ability to comprehend the nightmare without mentally imploding. It's likely Mikolash was granted this insight through his consumption of one of the 3 umbilical cords of Kos retrieved by Bergenmerth, and explains his vocal affinity for Kos and even Rom, who was likely the other recipient of the umbilical cord. And when we meet Mikolash, he is referred to as the host of the nightmare. Still within his faculties, he is clearly empowered by the knowledge granted to him through the nightmare and the insight from the
stages. Our engineers.
What a waste. The amount of fabric.
Snap glass and trigger nades will stick to surfaces, including many of the defenses around ribbon ties were built decades ago when the machines first came.
Had a raider here who was...
The scout team's trail starts at one of the depots east of the spaceport. Pull their logs, send them my way.
If there are other...
umbilical cord, an extremely rare occurrence in the game. This is why this battle is likely the closest we get to a human on par with the insight of Great Ones. Mikolash, empowered by the umbilical cord of Kos, is able to utilize arcane spells better than any other human opponent, calling forth aspects of Abritus and even the extremely rare Call Beyond spell that is told to mimic the small explosion of a star sourced directly from Abritus herself. In this battle, we'd have to navigate the immensity of Mikolash's arcane knowledge, but also on a plane of existence he comprehends much better than we do, something evidenced by his ability to command skeletal puppets. It's for this reason Mikolash lands himself this position on the list, as not just the most proficient human user of arcane powers, but also the only human boss we get to fight that has consumed an umbilical cord of a Great One, sharing powers with what we would associate for kins of Great One, but without the vacuous and infantile penalties, and with the ambition and direction of a comprehensive and cunning human. There are a very few times a hunter on their own rises so far above their station that they command the conditions to be integral to a story about Great Ones, elder race of beings, and ravenous beasts. But from time to time, a hunter transcends the hunt. That is the story of Maria. The game is introduced to Maria much before the events of the DLC. We learn from German's story that an aspect of Maria has been around us and even helping us since the beginning of the game. This aspect, of course, is the living
doll. Boom.
Firefly, up there.
Hello.
Hey!
Hello.
Hey, hello!
You got a gun here if you want it. A pistol. Gun box is here.
A weapon case.
In this little house. Really? Nice. Yeah. He's here. Please, you may loot me if you want. He's here, he's hiding inside. Thanks. He's here. Yeah. Good job. Idiot. Good job. Oh, bro. Oh, right. Listen, I can do this all day. There you go.
Doll in The Hunter's Dream, a projection of Gurman's unannounced love for his former student. Gurman and Maria had of course met in person in events much before the game had begun. Both members of the Bergenworth institution, Maria a resident of Canehurst and even the distant relative of Queen Annalise, left her birthplace and what is likely a birthright to royalty for Bergenworth. Much like Gurman, it's not entirely clear what role Maria held before Gurman's workshop and the discovery of the Thumerian labyrinths, but it's clear, much like Gurman, she displayed such great strength through the institution that she was appointed as a student of Gurman during the operations of the first Hunter's workshop. The successes of the Bergenworth tomb prospectors are the successes of Gurman, but also his group of hunters. Considering the Thumerian labyrinths at the time that they were discovered were covered with Loran's beast plague and ancient Thumerian guardians, the original prospectors, just on their merit of surviving the expedition, were incredibly capable hunters. However, after the discovery of the Old Blood and the creation of the Healing Church Schism, Bergenworth had gotten everything they needed from the tombs, the evidence of Great Ones, and on this premise realigned their goals to search for said Great Ones. This search would of course lead to the fishing hamlet, the home of the now vanquished Great One Kos and her unborn fetus. The remaining hunters of the workshop would be commissioned by Bergenworth on Willem's order to raid the hamlet and retrieve whatever remnants of Kos that they could find. Maria Gurman and company would indeed do so, and this is where we truly see the efficiency of Gurman's teaching, but also Maria's strength. The hunters would be so vicious in their campaign that they would absolutely decimate the entire region and successfully take down Kos's infant, a true Great One, a feat unheard of up to this point. Of course, meddling in the affairs of Great Ones rarely pays dividends. Maria, initially bludgeoned by the trauma of the campaign, would attempt to make amends by settling into the fishing hamlet and looking over the grounds as a protective mother, while Gurman would continue a campaign elsewhere, something we'll go into later. So we know what Maria did and why it commands credit, but how powerful was Maria disconnected from German and her contemporary colleagues? Well, we have a few strong insights into this. The Rakuyo, Maria's primary weapon during her heyday, tells us that she wielded great dexterity, which is likely a skill developed from German, and when we consider the sheer extent to German's abilities later in the ranking, it really contextualizes Maria within the framework we can understand German's power. It's hinted many times Maria is a reflection of German's strength, and second only to German alone. This is mostly evidenced in Maria's ability to use German's hallmark skill known as quickening, the distinct power to move great distances in seconds. Quickening is something we'll go into in more detail during German's entry, but it is said to be a power that underpinned the distinct power of German and his students, and is likely attributable to their success and legacy. And the specific mention of dexterity in her weapon indicates she not only knew it, but was also a very proficient practitioner of this skill. We also learn that Maria, much like Queen Annalise, possesses an aspect of the vile blood. Vile blood, of course, is related to Cainhurst. The story of Cainhurst paints the picture of a civilization that stood beside Yharnam, and after the events of Bergenwerth's endeavour into the Thumerian tombs, a scholar and prospector would steal vile blood from the tombs and bring it to Cainhurst. The vile blood in question is likely the blood of Queen Yharnam, who is found deep within the tombs. If you cast your mind back to the entry of Queen Yharnam on the list, we are told she was an undying being that lived through the traumatic stillbirth of Great One Murgo. Queen Yharnam's blood was likely imbibed from the aspect of Erden that had impregnated her and is responsible for her undying form. When we consider her blood being the vector in which she was granted these properties, and how the administration of blood in Bloodborne is a means of adopting properties of greater beings, we learn that those that did administer vile blood would adopt an undying form. Of course, none better than the Queen of Cainhurst herself is a testament to this. When we consider Lady Maria held a close heritage to the Queen of Cainhurst, we can deduce that Lady Maria possesses the ability to manipulate blood, much like Queen Yharnam and Annalise, something that enhances her own swordsmanship in our battle against her. And as she stands as the final bastion against our transgressions, the fight has you navigate German's speed, Cainhurst's blood, Maria's swordsmanship, and the plane of the hunter's nightmare all together at once. A truly monumental moment in the game. The next entry is our first and only look into a specific group of hunters known as the Executioners. The Executioners are given much context regarding their strength, as at their height, we learn of their ability to overcome an entire kingdom. At the heart of the Executioners was Ligarius, a high-ranking member of the Healing Church. Although the founding of the Executioners is not attributable to one person, we learn that Executioners have in many ways been around since the Healing Church themselves, with Ligarius at the helm. The Healing Church was created on the back of the old blood found by the Bergenwerth tomb prospectors, but alongside this discovery of old blood was also the vile blood, something we spoke about in our previous entry, especially in relation to Queen Yharnam, because, well, the source of this vile blood was Queen Yharnam. We learn a Bergenwerth scholar likely responsible for chaining up Queen Yharnam found in the Thumerian labyrinths, stole her Great One-infused blood and carried it to Cainhurst, actions that were immediately vilified by the Bergenwerth scholars, specifically those who would go on to create the Healing Church. Vile blood would propel Cainhurst and develop this kingdom in ways not unlike Yharnam. Yharnam, of course, now majorly governed by the powers of the Healing Church, felt disdain towards Cainhurst as a bastardized version of itself predicated on tainted blood, rather than the presumed holy medium that was the old blood. During this time, the Executioners, under the leadership of Ligarius, would rally their members and seek the destruction of Cainhurst and the end of the royal family. We learn Ligarius would march on Cainhurst and decimate the entire kingdom, a feat that is likely to be one of the greatest in the entire game, as we learn that the kingdom of Cainhurst was incredibly powerful, with a long-standing tradition of warriors and knights that told to have become such keen combatants, fighting had become more akin to art in their culture, something we see echoed even by Lady Maria in our previous entry. Although it's unclear as to how many of the executioners were present that day, or how many aside from Ligarius would make it out alive, we learn Ligarius was profoundly successful in this mission. So successful he would reach Queen Annalise of Cainhurst and even slay the king of the domain, something evidenced by his choice to take the crown and utilize its power. We learn Ligarius chose against just murdering Annalise, as he understood the power of the vile blood and the perceived immortality of Erden's influence, and therefore took it upon himself to forever look over the entrance donning the king's crown, to cast an illusion over Cainhurst, forever casting it into a place of limbo, unable to exercise any more power in the world. When we meet Ligarius, it's clear he has been here for a long time. Frozen over from the climate, we learn Ligarius was able to somehow stave off death and ironically seems immortal himself. Although this is completely speculative, it's assumed, much like the blood-drunk hunters of Yharnam, Ligarius had slayed so many vile bloods that the vile blood itself had found its way into Ligarius's own being, granting him the immortality associated with the vile blood. Although it can be forgiven to assume our fight with
topside or en route. The wind is
Let's go to that location.
If you're scavenging today, expect limited visibility and a lot of noise. Stay safe.
location. trench hatch. Let's head home at the control hatch.
Hey there, Raiders. Did the supply drop? All right, good. I've already sent out the plan. Just give us a second to deploy. All Raiders, we have ARC on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Selective Ergilek Pajil. Welcome to my channel. Best viewers buzzed are you.
Ligarius with a being much past his prime, as the introductory cutscene shows us his slow and almost crippled movements. As we progress through the fight, Ligarius begins to take on a much more agile moveset, moving quickly and even leaping around the arena. This of course suggests it had just been a long time since Ligarius was required to act, and once adjusted, he is just as powerful as he was during his raid on Canehurst. When we compare Ligarius to the previous entry of Lady Maria, our strongest comparison is of course based on their most major achievements. Although a great case can be made about Lady Maria as an individual relative to Gehrman, the explicitly most capable hunter, her more objective measurements is based on her greatest act, which were her contributing success in the fishing hamlet. However, if we assert the same measurements on Ligarius, we know he was almost single-handedly able to overthrow the entire Canehurst nobility, a culture of knights and warriors that were so powerful they were known to see warfare as art and the hunt as an extension of this art, something further elaborated on by the description of the Shikage and even the distinct nature of the popularity of Shikage-esque weaponry in the game, inspired by Canehurst's notorious fighting style. And when we factor in the effects of Valblood itself on the Canehurst warriors, as discussed in Lady Maria's entry, it's clear this was no subtle feat. We don't learn of any other notable executioners during this campaign, and Alfred only alludes to one executioner being accountable for the success of this raid, that being Ligarius, now Martyr Ligarius. When comparing this to the raid on the fishing hamlet, we are told of a few notable figures and how for the most part, the raid was a completely one-sided massacre. Ligarius' actions were not only more responsible for the victory in Canehurst, but the victory itself was a much greater task than the campaign against the fishing hamlet. And as a final point, when we meet Ligarius, he is clearly enriched by the Valblood. The Executioner's Glove spell tells us Ligarius is able to use aspects of blood to call forth the vengeful spirits of Canehurst, adding another layer of complexity to the battle and further understanding of Ligarius' utter domination over the will of Canehurst. It's for this reason Martyr Ligarius ranks here on the list, a battle against what is likely the Healing Church's most executive military arm.
Don't let that go to waste.
Gehrman's history holds tragedy, loss, and unrequited love. But within the fine lines of a real human story is the picture of a hunter so powerful he never saw losses on the battlefield. We are told, much like many others, that Gehrman's story starts in Byrgenwerth. Although timelines, dates, and specificities are elusive, we can use some world building to fill the gaps and bring together the important notes of his story into a coherent picture. Our most prominent clue to Gehrman's history are the few ounces of personal dialogue we can listen to in The Hunter's Dream. Gehrman affectionately refers to both Lawrence and Provost Willem, suggesting Lawrence was his peer and Willem the head of the academic institution he too was a part of. Whether Gehrman held a role similar to the scholars at Byrgenwerth is unclear, but what is clear is that Gehrman was always an incredibly talented warrior. So talented was he that Byrgenwerth likely acknowledged this strength much before some of the major events of the game. We learned that Gehrman was granted the Rune Workshop tool, an artifact that allowed the user to etch Carol runes into tools and weaponry, something fashioned from the Byrgenwerth scholar Carol, who was able to etch the Great One's utterings into tablets, granting them otherworldly powers. Willem's choice to grant this tool to Gehrman likely meant Gehrman, even during this time, was renowned as an incredibly capable force, and Willem sought to hone Gehrman's strength to further the college's own goals. Therefore, this is likely when the first workshop was developed, a place to train hunters in association with the Byrgenwerth College. But the question remains, who were they hunting? If this happened prior to the events of the Bestial Scourge and the Healing Church, what were the need for hunters? Well, it's likely at this time too, the Byrgenwerth College had come into discovering the Thumerian Labyrinths, unveiling the existence of a species known as the Great Ones, and understood it would be in the interest of the institution to hunt these elusive Great Ones to learn from them. We get a clue of this intention as we can find a note in Byrgenwerth that tells us to hunt the Great Ones. This so-called hunt first took place with the Bergenworth-affiliated tomb prospectors, hunters designed to fight off the old Thumerian labyrinths. Gurman was a part of this expedition, and the workshop was a hub for the prospectors to train and learn to overcome the challenges within the tombs. These included Loran's bestial scourge, Thumerians, and even aspects of Great Ones themselves. We can therefore already start asserting the sheer power of Gurman through the successes of the Bergenworth prospectors, something openly told to us through the description of Gurman's burial blade. It reads, "Trick weapon wielded by Gurman, the first hunter," a masterpiece that defined the entire array of weapons crafted at the workshop. Its blade is forged with siderite, said to have fallen.
Said right.
A harvester has been reported in the area. It has a queen guarding it. But if you've got the guts and the guns, there's plenty of good loot for the taking.
Let's move to that location.
route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Nope. No siree. Never gonna get you down, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, I can.
I haven't seen a storm like that in a long time. Seems to have thrown Ark for a loop too.
toaster.
We've had to build.
What a waste. The amount of fabric we're squandering on
Snap blasts and trigger nades will stick to surface. Many of the defenses around.
Had a raider hit.
The scout team's trail.
Supply drop. Up there.
Mitigation. Welcome to my channel.
You don't say.
go to Plaza Rosa.
is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
loved it.
Had a raider here who mistook a... You've got the look of good. Stick with me and we'll... Had a raider here who mistook a comet for a survey. Had a raider here who mistook a comet for a surveyor. It was the explosion that gave it away in the end.
Recently, I've been trying and failing to get Tianwen to join our community projects. So I need you to scope out these 3 potential salvage sites. If any of them pan out, Tianwen...
From the heavens. This also gives us even more context as to Gurman's capability, as he's the only known hunter to successfully use the otherworldly material of Siderite. Siderite itself is likely a reference to meteorites, and within the game we can see Murgo's wet nurse, a Great One, using very similar weaponry. Further testament to Gurman bearing powers extraordinary for any other hunter we meet in the game. But more important clues as to Gurman's own strength and lasting influence can be seen through the details we have around the art of quickening, a legendary art that was founded by Gurman that allowed extraordinary speed as detailed by the description of the old hunter.
Go to that location.
Hello. At least you said hi. Fair enough. So what does it say? Ah, yes. Radio.
Got it. Give me a second. All right. The log's fragmented, but I can piece together enough. They moved west from here, toward a small watchtower near the maintenance hangar, south of the spaceport. Looks like they were documenting the perimeter access points along the way. According to this log, the team regrouped at a rally point outside the spaceport perimeter. But they weren't supposed to leave the grounds. That wasn't the mission. And the gear list.
Great mullet.
That's way more than a scouting run calls for. Tools, rations, personal effects. Looks like they packed for a long trip. Coordinates received. I'm looking at the area now, and yeah, that's well outside the survey zone. Whatever they were doing, it wasn't for me. See what they left behind. Bags, pockets, anything with writing on it. People who run don't always clean up after themselves.
Head home at the central elevator.
Um, Kako da ne. Što reći na Steam?
Useful parts. Here.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Hey! Hey! Hello? Hey there!
Halo.
Hello?
Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks for calling that. Now we can die together. Don't shoot. Hey, Raider. Don't shoot.
I owe you one.
Thanks. Nisu jebali 5% ono. Jesus Christ.
Back in one piece and smiling? This is bad. There's a problem with... Good. Start with one of the guard towers along the perimeter. They house the external sensors. Oh, and bring batteries. These old systems are hungry.
There you go. Yes. Breakfast. Hey, ciao. In the flames, such a shame. Here be monsters again. He lost the plot, but for what? Here be monsters again. Oh, morning.
Morning.
He lost the plot, but for what? Okay. I was looking at the Discord, but you know, what can you do? Manual download, slow. Cut units, delete, add file, ERG, paste. Units, push it somewhere around here and deploy. Well,
Bone. Through Gurman's successful campaign, Byrgenwerth would stumble upon the Old Blood, and the institution would shun the use of this peculiar resource found in the tombs, causing the Healing Church schism. Gurman's history holds tragedy, loss, and unrequited love, but within the fine lines of a real human story is the picture of a hunter so powerful he never saw losses on the battlefield. We are told, much like many others, that Gurman's story starts in Byrgenwerth. Although timelines, dates and specificities are elusive, we can use some world building to fill the gaps and bring together the important notes of his story into a coherent picture. Our most prominent clue to Gurman's history are the few ounces of personal dialogue we can listen to in The Hunter's Dream. Gurman affectionately refers to both Lawrence and Provost Willem, suggesting Lawrence was his peer and Willem the head of the academic institution he too was a part of. Whether Gurman held a role similar to the scholars at Byrgenwerth is unclear, but what is clear is that Gurman was always an incredibly talented warrior. So talented was he that Byrgenwerth likely acknowledged this strength much before some of the major events of the game. We learned that Gurman was granted the Rune Workshop tool, an artifact that allowed the user to etch Carol runes into tools and weaponry, something fashioned from the Byrgenwerth scholar Carol, who was able to etch the Great One's utterings into tablets, granting them otherworldly powers. Willem's choice to grant this tool to Gurman likely meant Gurman, even during this time, was renowned as an incredibly capable force, and Willem sought to hone Gurman's strength to further the college's own goals. Therefore, this is likely when the first workshop was developed, a place to train hunters in association with the Byrgenwerth College. But the question remains, who were they hunting? If this happened prior to the events of the Bestial Scourge and the Healing Church, what were the need for hunters? Well, it's likely at this time too, the Byrgenwerth College had come into discovering the Thumerian Labyrinths, unveiling the existence of a species known as the Great Ones, and understood it would be in the interest of the institution to hunt these elusive Great Ones to learn from them. We get a clue of this intention as we can find a note in Byrgenwerth that tells us to hunt the Great Ones. This so-called hunt first took place with the Byrgenwerth-affiliated tomb prospectors, hunters designed to fight off the old Thumerian labyrinths. Gurman was a part of this expedition, and the workshop was a hub for the prospectors to train and learn to overcome the challenges within the tombs. These included Loran's bestial scourge, Thumerians, and even aspects of Great Ones themselves. We can therefore already start asserting the sheer power of Gurman through the successes of the Byrgenwerth prospectors, something openly told to us through the description of Gurman's burial blade. It reads, "Trick weapon wielded by Gurman, the first hunter," a masterpiece that defined the entire array of weapons crafted at the workshop. Its blade is forged with siderite, said to have fallen from the heavens. This also gives us even more context as to Gurman's capability, as he's the only known hunter to successfully use the otherworldly material of siderite. Siderite itself is likely a reference to meteorites, and within the game we can see Murgo's wet nurse, a Great One, using very similar weaponry. Further testament to Gurman bearing powers extraordinary for any other hunter we meet in the game. But more important clues as to Gurman's own strength and lasting influence can be seen through the details we have around the art of quickening, a legendary art that was founded by Gurman that allowed extraordinary speed as detailed by the description of the old hunter bone. Through Gurman's successful campaign, Byrgenwerth would stumble upon the Old Blood, and the institution would shun the use of this peculiar resource found in the tombs, causing the Healing Church schism and Byrgenwerth's reaffirmation of knowledge above all else. While members such as Lawrence would diverge from Byrgenwerth, Byrgenwerth's search for an eldritch truth continued. The tomb prospectors would officially side with the Healing Church to continue sourcing the Old Blood for blood ministration, but the Byrgenwerth scholars would move on to a much more enlightened task. This would lead to the events of the aforementioned fishing hamlet. The story of the fishing hamlet really lets us see the true extent to which Gurman was powerful. During this expedition, we learn he was teamed up with his faithful student Maria, a member of Byrgenwerth with a heritage in Canehurst. We learn much of Maria's strength came from Gurman's influence, paying homage to his otherworldly speed and dexterity, a mode of combat so efficient that Maria would comfortably relieve herself of her regional weapon of the Shikage for the Rakuyo, a weapon that honed in on the dexterity of its wielder, dexterity taught to her by Gurman. We learn both Gurman and Maria, alongside other members of Byrgenwerth also trained by Gurman, would absolutely decimate the fishing hamlet and even kill the infant Great One Kaz, a feat we never see anywhere else in the game. For this brutality, the residents, alongside their affinity for Kaz, would curse the hunters for their barbarism, which is a story we'll go into more detail in a later entry. But what we need to know here is that Gurman was good at what he did. If major successes in the tombs of the old gods were not enough, or the description of the burial blade weren't enough, or even evidence of his influence and Maria's dominance in combat weren't enough, take the overwhelming success of the raid on the fishing hamlet and the destruction of a Great One as further supporting evidence. When we meet Gurman, he is trapped in the Hunter's Dream, an alternate plane of existence created by the Moon Presence. Though the story of the Hunter's Dream will be elaborated on more in the Moon Presence's entry, what we need to know here is that the Moon Presence was openly determined to become the prevailing influence in the world, and had created the Dream as a means of influencing hunters to slay other Great Ones. And of course, who better to run the shop than the first hunter, the man who was initially tasked with chasing down Great Ones, Gurman. The Moon Presence's choice to have Gurman run the workshop is further proof that even one of the greatest beings in the universe saw Gurman as the perfect figure for his goals, testament to his power. And right at the end of the game, with the Moon Presence looming over Gurman, we are given the choice to battle the Old Hunter. Equipped with his legendary burial blade and still maintaining most of his combat capabilities, likely enriched by the Moon Presence's influence, we are not only up against the first hunter, the inventor of trick weaponry, the father of quickening, but also the master of the craft, leveraged by the single most influential Great One in the entire game.
FTL ジャンプ開始。
It's fitting Gurman corners off the human aspect of this list, as this is where a major shift takes place as we are now entering the realm of Great Ones. The story of the orphan is in many ways the story of the fishing hamlet. As already discussed, the fishing hamlet in Bloodborne was a place that drew the attention of the Bergenworth scholars much before the events of the main game. While Willem was coming to the understanding of the presence of Great Ones from the Thumerian labyrinths, he developed the hypothesis of sourcing the power of Great Ones from their physiology in our own world. In time, he would hear murmurs of a community of fishers who had been worshipping an otherworldly being that had washed up upon the shores. Willem would...
補給品だ。
位置をマーク。位置をマークした。やめておく。
場所はここだ。南、遠いな。
パッケージを置く。
Bunker here, bunker guys, bunker.
サンプルだ。
Nice. Do you need a ride, man? I wanna go on foot. Nope, he wants to go on foot. Yep. Follow the blue. Oh look, they're behind us. See ya later. Titan incoming. Still alive. Another one. God damn it.
化物なんと近いぞ。
GG.
位置をマークする。北東。
Sorry. Good shooting.
砲塔よ。砲塔を要請する。
Hey, there is one more call left. What the fuck is it? What the actual fuck?マップにマーク。南100メートル。よくやったな、自由の勇者よ。では離脱に備えろ。 サイバーは死んだりしない。場所はここだ。なんとも遠いな。ターミニットの巣を排除。増援を呼ぶ。報道を呼ぶ。 報道を要請する。強力な兵器を要請。アプリマーク東遠いな。分かった。場所は遠いな。 じゃ気に入ったか。補給品だ。 Oh wow. Jesus.
分かった。サンプルだ。準備ができ次第離脱せよ。貴重なサ
何かあった。当然。応答を要請。応答を要請する。応答を展開。
何かある。
食らえ。食らいやがれ。トンネルから虫だ。
マップにマーク。東300メートル。準備ができ次第離脱せよ。
目標はここだ。北東。
戦術兵器を付近で確認。マップにマーク。東200メートル。
応答を要請。応答を要請する。補給ビーコンを使う。人類の生きる道は俺が守る。
Immortal Street RYZYHZL.
食らえ。
Welcome to
食
my
らいやが
channel.
れ。
Best views louded are you.
Oh, get the fuck out. Motherfucker, watch your six.
食らえ。食らいやがれ。マップまで北東残り100メートル。車両を頼む。位置をマークした。地球増援を頼む。
要請を確認。増援を移送する。到着まで残り1分。
Luna Joe.
ミッションマップを更新。
Welcome to my channel.
強力な武器を送ってくれ。
分かった。
I got your samples.
防衛支援を要請。
Drivers, my good man.
いい叩こう。
出てきたよ。
到着まで残り30秒。
Yeah, just run them over. Go, go, go.
到着まで残り10秒。
Reinforce.
ペリカン1接近中。
増援を呼ぶ。
task his most capable members such as Maria to enter the hamlet and learn more about this entity. The hunters would indeed do so, but also implement very forceful measures, experimenting and torturing many of the residents. The final act would be the extraction of the Orphan of Kars, who was an infant Great One still attached to the dead Great One Kars that had indeed washed up ashore the fishing hamlet. It's these actions that would then lead to Willem's discovery of eyes, cosmos, and the umbilical cords. But if the orphan was taken away and dissected, as we later come to learn, how do we go face to face with the Orphan of Kars in the game as a boss battle? We learn that the actions of the Bergenwerth hunters were so gruesome that the residents influenced by Kars itself would curse their transgressors with what is later known as the Hunter's Nightmare, a realm of purgatory where the perpetrators were condemned to live and hunt for eternity. It's well speculated that the source of this nightmare is due to the lasting powers of Kars on the realm, and the source of this is tied closely to the Orphan of Kars. This is a great time to reassert that Great Ones, even if their physical form is defeated, likely still exist in a plane beyond human comprehension, therefore untethered to what we perceive as physical components. In this, it's not surprising to learn that at the heart of the Hunter's Nightmare is the Orphan of Kars, detached from its mother using the placenta as a weapon. In understanding how powerful the Orphan of Kars is, it's important to first look at its qualifying factors as a Great One. We will learn in the next entries too that there are a few instances where we can assuredly call something a Great One, and the term Great One is not just a single position of power, but a gradient in which things have ascended normal human comprehension. Therefore, not all Great Ones are equal, but all Great Ones are great due to their inequality to humans. With that being said, what is the Orphan of Kars? We can confidently assume the Orphan of Kars is indeed a Great One, as we can see that it was birthed directly from the now deceased Great One Kars, an explicitly mentioned Great One, and even is still attached to aspects of Kars in both our battle with it and our first introductory cutscene. There is also a very compelling theory that the Orphan of Kars is not just the would-be child of a Great One, but an aspect of Kars itself, manifested in a raging spirit to avenge the desecration of the unborn child, similar to another entry we'll be looking at in the form of Murgo's wet nurse and Erden. But this aspect of Kars is still lesser than the actual Great One Kars. The Orphan of Kars, despite his gameplay being one of the hardest bosses in the entire game, is our righteous introduction to the Great Ones on this list. As being so powerful, they steered the nature of the world and created a plane so potent, even the greatest hunters would become eternal victims of wrath in the Hunter's Nightmare. The reason the Orphan ranks as the lowest true Great One is a combination of how Kars itself was, for one reason or the other, unable to sustain itself on Earth in a similar fashion to the other Great Ones such as the Moon Presence and Abritus, but also how our encounter isn't with the fully fledged Great One Kars, but its unborn child who harbours aspects of the mother's vengeance. While these drawbacks are best seen in its appearance, be not mistaken, as we are now in the realm of Great Ones. The power of the Orphan and its incomprehensibly high insight allow it to manipulate lightning and battle us in a way that no ordinary hunter should be able to comprehend, let alone stand toe to toe against. From the aspect of a deceased Great One to the influence of a Great One alive, our next entry is Amygdala. In Bloodborne, you will quickly learn that no matter how far the Eldritch Truth appears to be, the harbingers of that truth, aka the Great Ones, are always incredibly close to you. One of the most prominent, albeit benign, Great Ones is Amygdala. Amygdala's presence can actually be seen from the very beginning of the game. If the player has a certain amount of insight, Amygdala, or what has been described as Lesser Amygdala, can be seen throughout the game stalking the hunter. The nature of Amygdala's agents is one of the most contentious points of lore in the entire game. while beings like Ram are explicitly told to be kin of Great Ones, therefore not a Great One, and beings such as Abritus indicated to be a Great One left behind by her own species. Amygdala and subsequently the lesser amygdala are a much more confusing situation. We can with some degree of certainty assume a being named Amygdala, being its name, or a species are directly referred to as Great Ones. The weapon known as the Amygdalan arm confirms this in its description. But we see a variety of beings that share Amygdala.
マップにマーク、北東200メートル。
虫の巣を発見。
機動攻撃を頼む。弾切れだ。 補給品だ。
何か発見。トンネルから虫。
イーグルを呼んだ。
装填中。
サンプル入手。
リロード。ボードをよこして。
何かあった。サンプルを確保。
ミッション進行を確認。
貴重なサンプル確保。場所はここだ。東300メートル。
機動攻撃だ。
もっと強力な武器を頼め。軌道から来るぞ。
Bunker, guys, bunker.
補給品だ。東。了解だ。いただこう。何かある。了解だ。任せろ。どうも。
Oh, money, look. Double money.
なんと近いぞ。やるぞ。叩こう。グレネードを投げる。
Bunker, bunker.
サンプルを確保。補給ビーコン。もっと強力な武器を頼む。
Wait, do it.
装備がある。
Take that.
第一目標が近くにある。
装備がある。
装備を要請。機動攻撃を。
頼む。もっと強力な武器を頼む。
要請を確認。増援を移送する。
デカブツ南西近いぞ。巣穴だ。配置についた。
機動攻撃だ。
民主主義の力を思い知れ。分かった。デカブツ北東近いぞ。ヘルタイバーはしっかりする。俺が民主主義だ。
Što vičeš?
Avu!
Što vičeš?
Avu!
Objasni mi zašto vičeš, ima li razloga za burlike? Možemo svi da vičemo. Tamo, javite mi.
Dođu zajedno.
Ti ideš, zašto ti trebaju grane, zabaš, zašto?
Ne baš, jer ona svijedno da ne nisko da ne čuti. Ja ti okrešem ono...
Gdje krešeš, gdje ideš?
A tamo kod Marija ono je, odolako.
Eto više, ne bi ima pojma gdje si, obično se to kresa tamo kod pokojnog Anila, gore tamo.
Nisam kod Veli.
Pa, ne znam, tamo.
Ne Veli.
Šta god.
Tamo ima...
Da. Znači da dođem da pokupim sve grane od Marija, ha?
Man, te ne perši. To nam prebacit ćemo preko Rikuje, kod mi.
Dobro, to ću za jednu desnu. Da.
マップにマーク南西多いな。ついてこい。もっと強力な武器を頼む。 下物南50メートル。マップ南多いな。味わえ。何かあった。
I don't even see the fucking rock. Hey, P1, can you get that? Jesus Christ.
標はここだ。
ウォーカーを要請。
やめた。端末を使う。目標はここだ。南西100メートル。いただこう。
何かある。
補給ビーコンを使う。南西移動攻撃を頼む。ついてこい。
敵の戦術兵器の射程内にいる。
補給品だ。
任務用戦略支援が使用可能。
リロードする。南西近いと。
任務用戦略支援は
場所はここだ。東100メートル。
応援支援を要請。自由の力を思い知ったか。
離脱を要請する。離脱地点をマークする。
離脱要請を確認。シャトル発艦。
強力な武器を頼む。アイテムを置く。サンプルだ。
到着まで残り2分30秒。
軌道から来るぞ。
機動攻撃を実行。
兵器を頼む。回収したよ。
到着まで残り2分。
支援武器を要請する。
到着まで残り1分30秒。
よし、補給を頼む。
到着まで残り1分。
Watch out. Yeah, you're using me as a shield, huh?
もっと強力な武器を頼む。
到着まで残り30秒。到着まで残り20秒。到着まで残り10秒。
これでも食らいやがれ。
こちらベーカン1。
That's a lot of bullets.
確認した。ベーカン1、着陸する。
Ba-da-da-dum. That's a nice objectives. Oh boy.
友軍デストロイヤーが船体を離脱。
Good luck, gentlemen. You don't need PhD to kill bugs. Oh! Run again. Be right back.
amygdalan characteristics, from beings clutched to buildings throughout the game to the boss we actually fight in the Nightmare Frontier. From this, we can assume the amygdala scattered throughout the world are more so extensions of a Great One labelled amygdala, extensions of a much greater being that is operating at a higher plane. In many ways, these amygdalae are its eyes on the world and means of exerting influence. This, of course, is seen best at the School of Mensis, where amygdala is venerated to the point of worship by the Mensis institution. In our previous entry with the Orphan of Kars and Rom, we learned that ranking the power of Great Ones is probably the most difficult task in this entire video. But it's not impossible. We learned the term Great One is a gradient. The progression of how great a Great One is in a lot of ways linked to the tangible concept of the insight they have and the measurement of this through how developed they are in more complex planes of existence. For example, Erden, a being we never get to battle, is considered so ascended he has become something akin to an Abrahamic god, omnipotent and omniscient, whereas Rom, who is an almost Great One, is still physically present but thinks and influences the realms of much greater Great Ones such as the Moon Presence. So where does the amygdala we battle in the Nightmare Frontier land on this list? As a hotly debated topic, I do believe the amygdala in the Nightmare Frontier is the closest physical manifestation of Amygdala the Great One, but I don't believe it is Amygdala the Great One. If we consider the lesser amygdala around the world we see as extensions of a much greater being, it's hard to suggest the amygdala boss battle is the Great One, as they still persist in the world even after we have defeated it. In this, I think the amygdala we do battle is something more akin to its metaphorical arm, the main source of power it uses to hold influence in lower planes, and even the place where it's able to take on sacrifices, as described by patches in the game. So even though in many ways the amygdala we fight in the Nightmare Frontier is a battle with a Great One, it's not a battle with the Great One amygdala. It's a battle with the power of amygdala, but in a lower plane of existence that we can actually comprehend. In my opinion, Amygdala the Great One is closer to what we understand is Erden, a formless, omnipresent being that is still concerned with the actions of lower realms, whereas Erden is less concerned due to how far it has ascended. Amygdala still seems attentive to humanity. It's like asking us humans in the real world to care for the life of ants. But as ants are so far detached from our understanding in the world, they are simply too plain to find satisfaction in meddling with their affairs. Amygdala is more like a bird in this analogy, still finding sustenance in meddling in the life of ants, whereas humans are more akin to Erden in this analogy, completely disconnected from the life of ants outside of more grand objectives that may or may not involve ant life. The extension of Amygdala we fight in the Nightmare Frontier utilizes beams of energy and a complex and coherent eldritch design, and we can assume it is one of the most powerful beings in the entire game, but less powerful than whole Great Ones who are outright present in the world, such as the Moon Presence and Abritus. It's for this reason Amygdala ranks here on the list, above the Orphan of Kars, as Amygdala, the Great One at the point we meet him, is still at his zenith of influence in the world and seems much further up the gradient of Great Ones than Kars. The one projection of Kars in the form of the Orphan is an unstable and vengeful infant born from a Great One who died in the natural world due to being unable to sustain itself, whereas Amygdala is far more resilient, omnipresent, and its influence much more tangible in the world. Amygdala is cunning and calculated, and unlike Kars, is not a victim of humanity, but a puppeteer finding joy as it manipulates humans for no reason but to meddle, meaning our physical encounter with Amygdala's physical manifestation is a much more potent experience of a Great One on Earth. The third Great One on this list is Murgo's Wet Nurse. Immediately, this listing might rear many Bloodborne fans' heads, as Murgo's Wet Nurse's credentials are not easy to ascertain, and this makes making the case for Murgo's Wet Nurse as one of the greatest Great Ones in the game a challenge to begin with. So what I will do is break down a few things to catch you all up to speed with where I am in this ranking. Murgo's wet nurse is the being found at the crib of the infant child of the Great One, only known as Murgo. Murgo's heritage can be traced back to two beings, both of monumental esteem in their respective categories. We've learned that the namesake of the location we play the majority of the game in is named after Queen Yana. Yana herself was a Thumerian monarch selected to host the child of the most elusive but consequentially most powerful Great One in the entire game, Erden. If we harken back to the other rankings, we learned that Great Ones are not all equal in strength, and on the gradient of strength for Great Ones, we learned that those that are the furthest ascended from the base plane of the game command the highest level of insight and therefore power in knowledge, which is the determining factor to the power of a Great One and the material condition that predicates Great Ones as greater than all other forms of life. Erden, the father of Murgo, is only referred to in certain parts of the game. We learn Erden is a completely formless Great One that does not hold any physical form in the base plane of the game. So powerful is he, his omnipresence isn't held through proxies such as Amygdala with his Amygdalae. Instead, his presence is permanently transfixed everywhere in the game, his voice being the only traces of evidence we can assert to even his existence in the game. If in any form we are asked to battle Erden in his physical form, we would likely only be able to comprehend this form if we ourselves could ascend to Erden's own plane, something that is nearly impossible for even other Great Ones. But if we did happen to have this opportunity, it would be an impossible challenge, as Erden's existence as an almost Abrahamic entity would be incomprehensibly powerful for any hunter. But Murgo's wet nurse is not Erden, nor is it even Murgo itself, so why have I just outlined the above? Well, it's likely, much like Amygdala and the Orphan of Kos, that Murgo's wet nurse is, in fact, in a similar fashion, the aspect of Erden on our plain duty with preserving the life of its child, Murgo. While the Orphan of Kos is the medium in which Kos projects itself on our plane to punish hunters that mutilated its child, in the same fashion, Murgo's wet nurse is the aspect of Erden commanded to look over his child, likely as a means to stop hunters, most specifically the Bergenworth-affiliated School of Mensis hunters, from desecrating Murgo. There are two divergent conclusions we can gather from this step. The first is that Erden, the formless Great One, projected some aspect of itself to look over its child in the absence of its mother, therefore relating the being to a wet nurse. Or the alternative, that Murgo itself projected the wet nurse as a self-created means of preservation. Regardless of which is true, both would indicate Erden, the single most powerful being mentioned in Bloodborne, is behind the power of the wet nurse. Further evidence for this theory can be found when we look at the way in which Murgo's wet nurse actually fights us. It uses abilities that allow it to become formless, teleport with impunity, and even duplicate itself out of what seems to be thin air, something we can correlate with the formless properties of Erden, and the likely inherited properties Murgo would have gained from Erden's lineage. But if Murgo's wet nurse is a projection of the greatest being in the entire game, why does it not hold the number one position? For this, there is only one single explanation. Unlike our next two entries, Murgo's wet nurse, much like Kos and Amygdala before it, are just projections of a Great One. It's not their physical being associated directly with the Great One in question. In this, the last two entries are the only two times in the game we are granted an audience with a true Great One, leading us perfectly to our next entry. From aspects to material, the story of Abritus is also one of the main anchors of the game's entire narrative. Abritus is introduced to us as two things: the daughter of the cosmos, but more importantly, the left behind Great One. Considering the latter as issued in a singular tense, this is one of a few occasions in the game we are directly told the status of a Great One as a Great One. Ebritus was initially discovered by the two prospectors associated with Bergenworth and the Healing Church as they ventured through the newly discovered Sumerian labyrinth. Eventually they would stumble upon an unusual resource known as the Old Blood. Although there is debate as to where the Old Blood came from initially, what is incredibly likely is that the Healing Church at the height of its power actually sourced a large pool of this blood from Ebritus. We even learn Ebritus had closely allied itself with the Healing Church due to its dealings with the Healing Church's choir, a high-ranking sect of the Healing Church devoted to reaching out to the cosmos through Ebritus, something Ebritus may have seen as a means to return to the plane of her own kind. In this alliance, it isn't hard to assume the Healing Church were allowed to bleed the Great One as a reward for their continued cooperation. In our encounter with Ebritus, the Great One is completely non-hostile to the player, further asserting the position that Ebritus must have drawn a tolerance to humanity on the basis of the previously mentioned alliance. To anchor this point, Gilbert tells us deep within the cathedral ward is the Old Grand Cathedral, the birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood, further alluding to the idea that whatever is below the Grand Cathedral is the source of the Old Blood, which is exactly where we find Ebritus. All of this, of course, gives us the assurance that Ebritus is indeed a fully developed Great One. We can even witness the extent to which Ebritus is cosmically above most other beings in the game, as many enlightened individuals of high insight such as Mikolash utilize the auger of Ebritus in their arsenal as a means to flex their intellectual ascension, adding credit to the idea that even the most insightful enemies call upon aspects of Ebritus in their fights. This is not the only aspect of Ebritus utilized by those of insight either. There are stark correlations that a majority of arcane spells are sourced from Ebritus, such as the empty phantasm shell indicated to be a familiar of Ebritus, and even the incredibly powerful A Call Beyond, a spell directly associated with Ebritus developed by the choir. A Call Beyond is said to be so powerful that it resembles a small exploding star. With this being said, we now know three things. Ebritus is a fully developed Great One, Ebritus is fully materially present in our plane of existence, and finally, Ebritus is such a cosmically powerful being that entire schools of offensive spellcasting have been developed around just the small projections of this Great One. The description of A Call Beyond reaffirms this by stating the right failed to achieve its intended purpose, but instead created a small exploding star, now a powerful part of the choir's arsenal. We even learned that the choir were the greatest minds of the Healing Church, adding further credit to Ebritus' power. When we finally get to go face to face with Ebritus with the above being said, it's likely a battle of cosmic proportion. We are fighting for the first time a Great One in all of its totality. Here, Ebritus is utilizing all of her cosmic power. Power that is not just an aspect summoned by an insightful scholar, but the purest source of the power itself. But why does Ebritus come second then? If Ebritus is a Great One who is so powerful that its existence pioneered an entire school of cosmic warfare, why is she not number one? Well, there is one caveat with Ebritus that reduces her down. As a Great One, Ebritus seems much weaker than the direct power of other Great Ones, as unlike beings such as Kars, Erden, or even Amygdala, Ebritus seems to have lost the ability to communicate with the planes beyond, specifically the plane of her own kind, the cosmos. Once Ebritus was suddenly abandoned by her Great One peers, she has been looking to rejoin them since that very day, and is even the reason Ebritus has relied on the ambition of humanity to help her reach those planes through the choir, orphanage, and even the celestial emissary. In this, we learn that Ebritus, though one of the two occasions we actually meet a Great One in the game, is still one of the weakest Great Ones in the entire game, as Great Ones are often measured in ranking by their insight, as previously mentioned, and Ebritus' lack of insight can be attributed to her inability to ascend to the greater planes and even the cosmos itself. Regardless, this still puts her above the projections of much greater Great Ones, as she is still a Great One who is fully present in the world at the time we meet her, a presence that had become the cornerstone of arcane warfare in the game, testament to the power of what we should expect from a truly present Great One, but also testament to the power of Abutus herself. This of course leads to our final entry, something that encapsulates everything strong about Abutus and the Great One that transcends all planes of existence within human comprehension. The story of the Moon Presence signifies the Truman Show moments of the game. Upon Rom's death, the world unplagued by Rom's illusory bulwark is finally revealed to us. We find out that the Scourge of the Beast is not the be-all threat to Yano, instead just a mechanism of a much greater influence. We learn the Scourge of the Beast, though linked closely with the ministration of the Old Blood, spearheaded by Lawrence's Healing Church, is also greatly affected by the existence of another entity, the Blood Moon. Though the Old Blood alone has been shown in the past to be enough to trigger the Scourge of the Beast so powerful it had the ability to topple an entire prevailing order, as was the case for Loran, we also learn the Blood Moon, and therefore the Moon Presence, who is told to be the embodiment of that moon, is also related to the acceleration of the Beastly Scourge, suggesting the Moon Presence commands a sphere of influence much greater than Abritus. We learn the Moon Presence is both physically present in the accessible planes, but also has the ability to manipulate higher planes of existence. The Moon Presence was first beckoned by Lawrence for reasons unknown, but likely affiliated with evolution via the Old Blood. But in a twist of fate, not unlike a deal with the devil, evolution was gifted, just not the kind Lawrence had envisaged, as it only further accelerated the Beastly Scourge. The Moon Presence, once introduced to the plane, also grew ambitions of its own. The Moon Presence was cunning and powerful enough to use hunters as a means to its own ends. It's not surprising, therefore, to find the Moon Presence would create a plane of existence for capable hunters as a hub, but also a lifeline to continue the mission to chase and kill other great ones in the world, so it could further its own influence in the world uncontested. It's the reason the Hunter's dream is burning after the death of Murgo's wet nurse, indicating it was Erden's influence the Moon Presence sought to destroy, and once accomplished, our duties were no longer needed. This plane of existence would be called the Hunter's Dream. As already discussed in German's entry on this list, it's unclear how or when the Hunter's Dream was constructed, but it's likely affiliated with a pact Lawrence had come to with the Moon Presence once beckoned. And as German would be renowned for having already developed a command over hunting and the creation of hunter utilities during his time as a hunter and the head of the Old Hunter's Workshop, the Moon Presence would prey on German's grief regarding Lady Maria's absence after the events of the Fishing Hamlet, and German, having gone through a spout of unrequited love and longing, would accept a deal with the Moon Presence in bringing to life a doll reminiscent of Maria, but inadvertently trapping German to the Hunter's Dream forever as a guide to the other hunters under the Moon Presence's influence. Through these events, it's clear the Moon Presence was not just an ordinary Great One, but one that held immense power, comparable or even superseding of that of Kos and Kos's construction of the Hunter's Nightmare. However, unlike Kos, it appears the Moon Presence was also able to sustain itself within the ordinary plane of existence and also influence the actions and conditions of humanity with relative ease. So well was the Moon Presence's plans, the Great One held confidence too in its ability to topple even other Great Ones with influence in the world. We are also given more context as to the immensity of the Moon Presence's power when we consider how powerful German was at the time the Moon Presence was able to trap him in the Hunter's Dream, but also how powerful we, the player, have to be to escape the same fate in the B ending of the game. If the player has not consumed at least 3 parts of the umbilical cord, the Moon Presence, regardless of the player's intentions, will trap us in the exact same fate as German, canonizing the Moon Presence's power as significantly stronger than any hunter, even a hunter that would have had to defeat various aspects of Great Ones to even get to this point of the game. We learn we can avert the moon presence's influence if we consume at least 3 parts of the umbilical cord, as umbilical cords are closely affiliated with transferring the insight of Great Ones onto ourselves. We can understand that there is a base level of insight we require to even comprehend a battle against the moon presence, a feature that is not present with our fight with any other Great One, including the physically present Abritus. Think about that for a second. The moon presence is such an immense battle that we can't even begin to comprehend a fight against him until we have gathered the significant insight of another Great One. We also learn the moon presence holds something that allows our character to take the form of a Great One itself. Upon ending C, where we have consumed the umbilical cord and defeated the moon presence, we take on the form of an infant Great One, suggesting the moon presence alongside the insight of consuming umbilical cords held a secret the entire game was predicated on discovering, Eldritch Ascension. It's for these reasons the moon presence, the Great One determined to puppeteer the nature of the world, lands the highest position on this list. Willem once said, "We are undone by the blood," and the moon presence is synonymous with this undoing. It's the Great One that best encapsulates the ambitions of the Healing Church schism and underpins the consequences of humanity seeking salvation from the presumed benevolence of greater beings, only to realize these greater beings were reflections of ourselves, using the greed and ambitions of humanity as a means to their own end. It's fitting at the end of the world, once we've defeated the moon presence, we as humans become a Great One ourselves. Thanks again for making it to the end of yet another long video. This video is somewhat longer than the last ones, as trying to fit the entire story of Bloodborne in one video is a task in itself. I want to once again give a massive shout out to Last Protagonist for helping me contextualize the world of Bloodborne. His channel is a great resource in understanding Bloodborne, and I highly recommend checking his stuff out. His channel is in the description. Next up is the Elden Ring video. Although I've been doing much work on this video, I'm still waiting for the Elden Ring DLC to drop before I finalize everything so that I have a much more conclusive and inclusive ranking in one video. Before then, I've been working on ranking Sekiro and maybe even other aspects of the Soulsborne universe by lore, like NPCs and regular enemies. Which would you like to see the most? Please let me know, as your input drives the trajectory of my channel. Thanks again, and I'll see you guys soon.
Yes. 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 Take care. Yes. Take care.
Well, normally we'd have the yellow lights on for this one, but I feel like we need to hit a bit of a doom and gloom again. Let's get into it. Okay then, Helldivers, we are back and we have got loads to go over today, as we do have a bit of an update with regards to your galactic war at this moment in time. On top of that, some known issue changes, a massive conversation going on with the Reddit at the moment, and the realization that this is never actually going to change. We have got a clip from Johan Pilestad himself pretty much clarifying that exact thing. We're going to take a look at everything you guys need to know today, as it does seem to be a bit of a dark time period for Helldivers 2 right now. Although, who'd have seen it coming? I know. Let's dive into it. If you haven't already, smash that beautiful like button and subscribe with post notifications turned on. It'd be greatly appreciated. Make sure you're checking out our incredible sponsor, Instant Gaming, the platform where you can get your video games cheap for PC and console. The best deals, offers, promotions, and discounts, running up to 70% off on all video games. Links in the description for that one. And if you want to get involved with that giveaway for super credits, very simply head down to the comments and just put in a red love heart. Why a red love heart? Well, it's because realistically this game could do with all the love it already wants right now. Let's see what's going on inside of Helldivers 2, shall we? Okay, so just give you guys a quick update. The latest in the Galactic War is that we have received a success message for our latest major order, which is definitely some good news, although for the last 24 hours or so have received no new notices, or at least to the point of recording, with regards to the next major order. So it's likely that we'll see something come into the midst tomorrow. It is Tuesday, so we all expected a patch update, although unfortunately during the 2-week cadence movement that they've got going on right now, nothing to report. Your new success message for the major order, though, states right here that the Helldivers have successfully defended the Oasis Resort Worlds. Securing these tropical jewels from the parasitic spread of the Terminids, the shores remain flawlessly pristine, and the deployment of the environmental stabilization arrays has proceeded without administrative delay. Ministry of Expansion teams have already begun clearing the remaining Terminid Viseria from the high-value beachheads to ensure the scent of fascism does not linger for arriving residents. The Ministry of Science will continue to research on these newest spore burst mutations at all stages of neutralization to ensure our future vacations remain permanently unburdened by fascist spores. Land auctions for the planned Freedom Vista maximum security gated communities are already breaking sector records, with all proceeds being immediately reinvested into more authoritative tools of freedom. In other words, well done, Oases are now protected and are pretty much gone off the map. So I'm not even sure you can go into them at this point in time. Couldn't find any myself anyway. Nonetheless, that is all we've got inside of the Galactic War, and we no longer have a new major order into the midst. It's been a very droll day inside of Helldivers, although what they have done is they have made some alterations to the known issues, but they've added in a couple of problems, if you will. As you can see right here, the two new ones to report, that the Terminator illegal broadcast objective can sometimes not be completed, which is annoying, but it's something that's been a problem. And changes to the weapon patterns reset your default after restarting the game, which again has been quite substantial, which is quite some time. Now, we've got that out of the way. We do need to talk about what it is that's going on with the Helldivers scene right now, as everything seems overwhelmingly negative, although not quite the same as where we're at right here. We can see that we are mostly negative to report for this. It's a bit of a shame that we can see that the game is going in a very southern region, at least. As to why, well, it seems that there are numerous reasons, that's for sure. The first one right here pretty much says it in a nutshell, though. The small dev team of 44 people behind Phasmophobia fixed 90% of the bugs introduced in the last update in under a week. This is a slight reference to the fact that developers usually work on their games and care about the community. Now, this was a lot, as Arrowhead is anything from around 100 to 150 large at this point in terms of how big Arrowhead actually is, and they just don't seem to be doing anything within a timely manner. I don't really understand the real need for their slow maneuvers, and honestly it makes no sense to me at all, although 2 years down the line you'd think that they would have a substantial sizing in terms of what it is that they can do when they can do it and how it all operates. With 130 to 150 people's hands on deck, you would expect a lot more to come. And if you think that I'm just completely BSing and something that I just need to kind of look into as they're working on it, let them cook, this right here is from the Helldivers Unfiltered Reddit page where somebody states, we're still waiting, Arrowhead. And you can see right here that Alethion actually stated way back that the PC and PlayStation 5 players will get a chance to get the pre-order armors at a later date. How much later back? Well, I can tell you now that it was about a year. And have you had the opportunity to? No, you haven't. Maybe it's still on their list. Maybe it's just not important. I have no idea. But they are in absolutely no rush to get this thing done in any way, shape, or form. As for the reason behind it, I actually have a bit of an insight. I don't think that they're really willing to move the goalpost at all, and if they do move the goalpost, then it's generally going to be to their narrative. And I think that this kind of will explain to you guys exactly why there seems to be such a to and fro when it comes to patch updates, changes, and, well, changes that they haven't even told you about. As way back in 2024, this was something that was actually said during the early days of their real high performance of the game, I guess you will. This was Johan Peterstad right here.
On top of that, we also have our design pillars, which is that we put the fantasy first. And what we mean by fantasy first is that if we say that you're supposed to be a mobile infantry grunt in the Starship Troopers, we need to ensure that it feels like being the mobile infantry grunt in Starship Troopers. So it means that we have constraints set already. Can a Starship Troopers mobile infantry jump 2 meters up into the air? No, they cannot. Not in the movies at least, and not without assistance. In that case, we'd have to adhere to that. Ensure that we keep the fantasy safe throughout the entire journey and not compromise on it when things get tough.
And essentially what he was trying to get at there was that before they even start to approach any update changes, any ways in where the company is actually going to take the game, and I think this is probably where we're seeing the struggle, he states right here that they already have some core values that the company upholds, and essentially it's the realism inside of the space game that is causing the issues that a lot of people are actually finding. As to why they revolve around that, I have no idea, but it does still remain there now. Although they may not be so vocal about it at this point, it's definitely something that they don't really want to move on. They obviously have a bit of a insight as to what it is that their game is, and unfortunately, when the game actually blew up and they had so many quote-unquote Call of Duty players coming into the game, it wasn't what they were wanting as they were making the changes that Arrowhead wanted to make. And I think that we're walking into a bit of a situation right now where it has that conflict of identity, where we want the game to be something that the studio just do not want it to be. And the problem with that is what the studio wants it to be is not what they ended up making. Resides to the information that we have here, which is that Arrowhead have made a great game, but no longer know how to maintain it. And it appears that I'm not the only one to say so, especially as we take a look at the reports right here, where even now 11,000 reviews are mostly negative in the bucket, and these are not people that have put no time into it whatsoever, as we have people like this person right here with 544 hours on record, and the review going in at 543.5, meaning that essentially they weren't even messing around, as this was posted on April 30th. They've probably just given up by this point. Don't really understand how it is that they could ignore some of the player bases, really put quite a lot of time into it. I've managed to put around 2,000 hours into the game now, and although I do really enjoy the game at its base value, there's the things that they seem to do to it and the way that they tend to treat it and the players inside the community that really rub me the wrong way, and it really gets me in a bit of a pickle in terms of what it is that I actually want to do. This was a really lengthy message that you can see on screen, and if you want to pause it just to read it, you can do, but the long and short of it essentially said that the breaking point was way back in Cyberstan, and it's only just got worse there. They've given us nothing meaningful, engaging, and they've essentially taken everything away that they started with. Now just report in the most recent video, again if you haven't watched it, do check it, but they essentially now state that they're just going to be giving it all back, and I don't really understand where it is that they're actually coming from. It really confuses me, but we wanted to know what you guys were thinking about it, so we asked you guys in the comment section of the last video to actually give us some insight of your thoughts. We obviously knew where it was going as they gave us a huge game update with the free stratagems that they're willing to guarantee, the way that they're going to change the major orders, and we'll wait and see how it materializes, but we wanted to know what you guys were thinking. And this first one right here coming from Vargatol, it states, I'm having this weird sense of deja vu, as if this has happened before. And that would be because it actually has happened before. It's happened actually quite a few times before. As to the reason why, I genuinely can't seem to write it around in my head. I don't understand the real need for the way that they've changed it, and as to why it is that they just keep messing up their game and then dragging it back. All revolves around to what it is that Johan stated, and the fact that they didn't want to change the game in any way, shape or form just for the player base. Although the player base want what the player base want. That can't change, unfortunately. This next one here states right here, 60-day plan 2.0, which I do not think is what they're going to be planning on doing. I think from when we've heard from Shams Rujani in the past, he's already stated that it would take so much longer than just 60 days. And that's probably where the scariest factor comes in, because other games are managing to fix their game in about a week tops. If we look at Crimson Desert, it's not even a live service model, and this game has had more patch updates than Helldivers has seen in the last month, in the last 3, and it's absolutely mental because that game doesn't even go online. Makes no sense to me at all why they just run it back every single time. This next one right here, coming from Devastator, states, only words. Good words, but only words. We shall see what happens once again. Hopefully, something meaningful. Now, the problem is that actions speak louder than words in these regards, and we've seen Arrowhead 100 times over use the words, and yes, even use them in a good way. As to whether they'll actually materialize anything positive, we'll have to wait and see. But right now, the game seems to be running down its darkest path that it's seen for quite some time. Hopefully it comes back, and hopefully a We're So Back movement does materialize. There are some players still in here enjoying it, but will they be for long? If you haven't already, like, subscribe, appreciate you all, and as always, I'll see you in the class.
I don't think I've ever been more embarrassed to be a millennial, and honestly, that's saying something. You know what? As a self-elected representative of my own generation, I would like to issue a public apology to the rest of society. I am so sorry. Is anybody looking to draft me? Mixtape is about as authentic as looking at family photos in a photo album at Kmart or Hobby Lobby. It is a $20, 3-hour runtime, barely interactive movie that's masquerading as a video game that is somehow, some way, rating as high as Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, and Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We were a mistake. We are nostalgia addicted. That's the only explanation that I have for this. It's so embarrassing to see. You have journalists that are out there that are believing that this game needs to be held in the annals of history, a cornerstone of the games industry, but you have players that are just like, no, we don't want to have anything to do with it. This is like years of distrust that are just collapsing into one single moment where everybody's turning and looking at the media and saying, you don't belong here and you don't represent us. And they are so right. There are so many in the games industry today that are so detached from what players even consider is a video game anymore. I mean, these guys are handing out 10s to what is effectively a light novel with an 80s soundtrack. Like, how does that happen? They're treating their personal taste like it's some higher artistic authority that goes above what the players want or what the players need, these people that are playing and buying these games, and as such, the players are pushing back, as they should. So, is Mixtape a 10 out of 10? Well, I played it. What do you think? Today, we're going to be talking about one of the most controversial, not a video games ever made, the public's reaction to it, what game developers are hopefully going to learn from this situation, and how for whatever reason, people just do not understand why the players are pushing back. But before that, a word from today's sponsor, Helix Sleep. Yes, these guys actually came back, luckily because it seemed to be a big hit with you guys, and I really appreciate that because that likely means that I'll be getting another mattress after I move, so good looking out on that one. Now, look, I realize me being a content creator, you guys are likely not to believe a word that I have to say when I'm trying to sell something to a sponsor. Totally understandable, actually based. With that said, while I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you guys that a mattress is just going to magically fix all of your bad habits or all of your issues, I will say that switching to Helix definitely works. Ever since I switched to a Helix, it's been now over a month, I sleep deeper and fall asleep faster than I ever have in my entire life. That's about as honest as I can be about it. I'm a notoriously bad sleeper. I sleep hot. I have mild tinnitus from a bunch of different things. I roll around. I sit on or sleep on my side. I flip all over the place. And ever since I switched to them, I haven't had a single problem. Now, this mattress has not fixed my bad habits. I don't think that anything's ever going to be able to do that. But after switching, I'm getting restful sleep, the most restful sleep that I've ever had. And I'm waking up and I'm feeling like a human, which is a massive upgrade. The best thing about Helix is they don't just throw one generic mattress at everybody. You take their sleep quiz, and then you answer a few questions about your body type, your sleep preferences, whether you sleep on your side, back, or stomach, or whether or not you sleep hot, and then Helix will match you with the best mattress that fits what you actually need. They also have soft, medium, and firm mattresses, cooling options, mattress toppers, bedding, pillows, all kinds of different things. And Helix just recently released their new Comfort Adjust cooling pillow, which is actually built to be customized for your sleep position and preferences. You can adjust the firmness and height, and it uses shredded memory foam, so it can take the shape of your body, still giving you the right amount of support. They also offer free shipping across the U.S., 120-night sleep trial, and a lifetime warranty. So go to helixsleep.com/legendary drops to get 27% off site-wide for their Memorial Day sale. The link will be in the pinned comment and in the description. You can check the QR code on screen. Thank you to Helix Sleep for sponsoring today's video, and thank you guys for listening to me. On release, Mixtape was almost immediately met with near universal praise from critics. IGN, DualShockers, Insider Gaming, and VGC all gave it a 10 out of 10, with more and more of them flooding in as the days went on. The game is now sitting at an 85 on Metacritic, and IGN's has now become the most controversial review because, well, the last games that they gave a 10 to were Elden Ring, Stardew Valley, Baldur's Gate 3, and Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. All of these are massive, beloved, transformative games that people still talk about every single day, so naturally, this game, Mixtape, it must be an insane god amongst games, right? Right? No, definitely not. Mixtape launched to an eye-watering 15,000 players. Sorry, that's 1,500 players before reaching their peak of just over 2,000 players. It was developed by Beethoven and Dinosaur and published by Annapurna Interactive, a subsidiary of Annapurna Pictures, a company that's owned by Megan Ellison, whose father, Larry Ellison, is the 5th richest person in the world that also happened to bail that studio out of bankruptcy back in 2019. Isn't it great when indie games have a golden parachute? Isn't that so common in this games industry? These guys are definitely not going to be beating the allegations of being an industry plant. I'm going to tell you that right now. But I played Mixtape, or at least I pressed forward through a collection of memories an entire generation seems to wish that they had, because, well, the reception to this game is just, it is so fake to me. The reviewers that are out there that are seal clapping over nostalgia, this is over things that these guys have never even experienced. Now, I'm not saying that none of this has ever happened to anybody. Obviously, pieces of this have. People have had messy friendships and mixtapes, and people definitely had some weird nights where everything felt a lot bigger than it actually was, but Mixtape does not feel like lived nostalgia. It feels like manufactured nostalgia. It feels like people that are pining for a past that they didn't actually live, but they definitely wish that they had, and a version of youth that honestly I think only exists in old movies, old songs, and whatever Pinterest board these guys built this game around.
Yes.
That's why this entire thing doesn't even come off as true to life. It feels like somebody just watched a stack of 90s movies and just decided that's how people lived. I mean, these guys don't even do a good job at portraying the era that they're supposed to be showing here. Like, this is supposed to be the late 90s or 1999, and Slater, who's supposed to be a metalhead, is for some odd reason wearing his mom's pants instead of wearing baggy jeans or Jinkos. And I realize that might sound a little bit petty, but that kind of stuff matters when the entire point of selling this game is based on its authenticity, and also when the people that are reviewing it are crying about nostalgia, but that nostalgia is misplaced because it doesn't even make any sense. I mean, if you look at the styling of half of these characters, it looks like most of these guys are pulled out of Dazed and Confused. I mean, the guy in the white shirt and the sunglasses is literally just Wooderson from Dazed and Confused. People had even pointed out that the cassette tapes in this game don't even have the little exposed section where the magnetic tape is supposed to be shown. And this is a game that's called Mixtape. How do you not even get that right? People are trying to treat this game like it's some kind of high art, and honestly, I feel like that could actually work. That could be a defense for some of these writers and journalists, and maybe even the developers of this game. But this whole experience is so painfully mediocre and poorly written that doesn't even work. Guys, how does this even happen? These characters don't even have any real personality or defining traits, and that's the entire point of playing a narrative game like this. Slater is a dial tone with a few random existential stoner lines. Stacy is the main character, and I couldn't tell you a thing about her other than the fact that she likes music and thinks that stalking somebody in New York is going to be her call to fame. Cassandra is arguably the most memorable character outside of her father because, well, at least she actually has something resembling a real conflict. She's lived her whole life seeking her parents' approval, and now she's finally wondering whether whether or not she's living her own life or somebody else's. But I actually think the best character in Mixtape is probably Sansa's father in this case. How was this guy actually portrayed as a villain? Oh man, what a terrible father, not wanting his daughter, who's getting ready to go to college, to go and hang out with a couple of mindless losers that all they want to do is just get drunk and high all the time. As somebody who identifies with those losers at that age, every single father that told their daughter not to hang out with me was 100% right. I was going to ruin their life. And then there's the gameplay, which honestly, would you guys have guessed, there's really not much to talk about here. I mean, quite literally, every single game action is just press buttons just because. This is such a key jingling simulator. Make the character tap to a song just because. Float the character into some boxes just because. Do some skateboard tricks just because. The entire thing just feels like they put those elements into the game just so they could technically qualify this as a video game, likely because these guys wouldn't be able to cut it making a movie, which honestly makes a lot of sense when I look back on some of these positive reviews, as, well, it does feel like we have a lot of wannabe film critics trying to review a wannabe filmmaker's game. This game is literally just a soundtrack. Turn the music off, you just turn off the game entirely. There's nothing else to it. Now, before any of these critics hop in here and say, oh, well, you just don't get it. You don't understand what this game is trying to do. No, look, I understand the message that this game is trying to send, and I would never try to understate the importance of music here. Music can be a moment captured in time. You can remember easily when and where you heard a song, who recommended it to you, what life felt like in that moment when you were listening to it, and I had those exact same nostalgic connections with this game. When they played Sensitive to Light by Rainbow, I immediately got a flashback of the time my friend Mike had me listen to Ronnie James Dio for the first time, and how it became the only thing that we listened to for like an entire year. Hell, even the part where you sneak into the shutdown theme park reminded me of the time that my friends and I had snuck into our local zoo after hours with beer to be able to impress a group of girls. This game does remind you of things, but it doesn't do anything with that. The game doesn't try to build on that. It doesn't try to bring you any closure. It doesn't even try to say anything meaningful. It's just like, man, memories. Am I right? Man, wasn't it so much better back then? Everybody just misunderstood me. They didn't realize how special I was. They were so wrong. It's just millennial slop because my unfortunate generation has nothing of value to bring from the past other than just wishing that they were still living in it. I just do not understand how a game like this could be held in such high regard amongst some of the greatest games in history when it's not doing anything special other than spending a bunch of money on licensed music. Like, how do people not understand why players are upset right now? A game that is reminding you of your life is not the same thing as a game being well written. A song that's making you nostalgic is not the same thing as a game that is earning that emotion. That's the part that these reviewers seem to keep blending together in a lot of their reviews, and they let them give this game a perfect score. Look at every single one of these reviews. It's always the soundtrack that's being mentioned. It's the most notable thing about the game because it is the most notable thing about the game, because beyond that, there is just absolutely nothing. That's what players are complaining about right now. But instead of responding to that, instead of meditating on that, the second that this game came under fire from players, it got AstroTurf faster than anything I've ever seen. I mean, we even have Xbox out here putting out a statement saying just because you're not personally into a game doesn't mean it's a bad game. Then you also have people that are saying Mixtape is coming under fire for not having gameplay, which just isn't true. So you guys are just flat out lying now, apparently. Then there's also the usual defenses that have been rolling through. It's not for you. If you don't like it, don't play it. And all of this is just ignoring why people are upset. Because the issue is not that some people like Mixtape. Like, fine, go ahead, like it, enjoy it, have your memories, cry to the soundtrack. I don't care. The issue is that this is not a great game or even a good game or even a game that I would consider being a video game. It's just not representative of the hobby. It doesn't belong next to the games that it has now been elevated to stand beside. It is stealing valor from indie games while also being funded by some of the richest people in the world. I mean, they're sending out custom CD players and headphones in their press kits, and somehow this is being treated like some humble little artistic miracle. That is what people are reacting to. They're watching an industry put Mixtape on a pedestal and say, this is what we need more of. This is the standard. This is the kind of game that deserves to be remembered. And the players are looking at it and saying, no, absolutely not. I think what bothers me the most about Mixtape, and this is probably true for a lot of other people, is that everybody can see what's going on, okay? Like, we're not the crazy ones here. The math doesn't math. This just doesn't make any sense. This game is getting far more praise than it deserves. And the minute the players start talking about that, the minute they bring that up, all of a sudden everybody wants to start acting confused. Oh, we got another victim of the culture war here. No, that's not what this is. Stop doing that. This is a short, expensive heavily curated nostalgia product that's being paraded around like it's an indie darling that is somehow now in the same conversation as some of the greatest games ever made, and it's been defended since the moment the game came out. But it's also just not that good. Like, not even close. People are sick and tired of being gaslit, of being told that something is important by people that already want games to be a lot less like games to begin with and a lot more like things that they're interested in. Politics, music, film, things that have nothing to do with games. This game represents that to them. That's exactly why this has become such a huge flashpoint in a lot of cases. You are placing this game in the same conversation, likely also in the conversation of Game of the Year, because of course they're going to try to do that, but you're putting it in the same conversation as some of the greatest games ever made. Zelda and Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm trying to think of all the 10 out of 10s in the industry. I'm sure there's probably a GTA in there and maybe a couple of other things as well. There's tons of games that have gotten 10s out of 10s, but they're like the pinnacle of the games industry. That's why none of this makes any sense to anybody. But you know, I think it would be different if this was just a discussion based on taste, on personal taste. Like, oh, they just really like this game. But, like, these review scores mean something. Players recognize that. They know that these game scores still, sadly enough, hold weight in the games industry, shape conversations, and also shape the future of games themselves in some cases. That's the reason why people are so upset. Players know what these scores mean. They know what they can end up doing. They know how this industry uses them. And they're being tired of being told not to notice when the praise for a game doesn't match the product. Something I just can't stand seeing right now is how quickly the media just wants to hand-wave player criticism and try to shove everything under the label of a culture war. They go out and they find the dumbest fringe posts from anti-woke Twitter accounts and they hold them up as if they're representative of everybody, and then they use that outrage to quiet and dismiss legitimate criticism. I just saw The Gamer post an article about how Mixtape is another victim of the culture war, but almost all the criticism that I have seen has had nothing to do with race, gender, nationality, or anything that's even close to that. It's people talking about how they think the game looks lame, how it barely has any gameplay, how it's not for them, and how it doesn't deserve its score, and they don't want games like it to shape the future. That's the actual argument. That's the conversation that a lot of people are having right now, but I don't think that it's one that the media wants to engage with. So instead, they're trying to gaslight everybody instead of just talking about review scores and what they mean to players and the industry. For a long time, reviews were supposed to be able to help players find games and also understand what games were actually worth their time. But also, at the exact same time, it showed a level of quality that the games industry should be aiming for. They were supposed to be coming from people who loved games, understood games, and could explain why something stood out when something else fell short. They were a way of being able to measure a game against the medium itself. But lately, I feel like that understanding and that use is almost completely gone. I feel like every single month we have another game that comes out where the critics are celebrating one thing while the players are looking at it like everybody has lost their mind, or in some cases it ends up being vice versa. And now I realize, like, sure, some people are going to write that off as tribalism or groupthink or players just being mad that somebody else has a different opinion, but I think that completely ignores why reviews mattered in the first place, because players know that review scores are not just random personal feelings. They've never been treated that way. They've always been treated with a level of authority. They affect sales, they affect perception, awards conversations, marketing, storefront visibility, reputations, the games that get remembered, how games get made, hell, even in some cases, they also affect people's bonuses. So when people are out there and they're trying to downplay any of this backlash, saying, oh, well, it's just one person's opinion, I think that's what's really getting players pissed off, because that score is not presented like it's some diary entry. What are we talking about here? It's published from a major outlet. It's carrying the weight of that outlet. And when a major outlet gives a game a perfect score, they're not just saying, oh, I had a nice time. They're placing that game in the upper tier of the medium. They're telling the audience that this belongs among the best. They're telling the industry that this is the standard to meet. They are saying that there needs to be more games like this. So let's actually follow that logic. If Mixtape is going to be one of the best reviewed games this year, if these critics are really going to put it up there in the upper echelon of the games industry, then what exactly do these guys want the industry to take from that? Because, I mean, you're giving it a 10, you're giving it 100%, you're saying this is one of the best games that have ever been made. So you want them to learn something from it, right? I mean, when Baldur's Gate 3 and Expedition 33 blew up, those games taught the industry a lesson. They showed that turn-based games are still very much alive, that players want quality and agency, and they want systems that are responding to them. They want better narratives. When Elden Ring did the exact same thing, there were a ton of lessons there too. You had scale and exploration, environmental storytelling, execution, a world that was trusting players to kind of figure things out on their own. But with Mixtape, what do you guys want the games industry to learn from it? Make more millennial nostalgia slop? Throw in some MTV-esque music video transitions of people floating through hallways? Maybe load the thing full of licensed music? How about don't even bother making a video game? Just make an interactive movie where you just press the forward button. Oh, I know. Make games that critics like. Because of course that worked out great for Marathon, Dragon Age the Veilguard, Avowed, The Outer Worlds 2, and a long list of other games that got praised, protected, defended by the media, and then came out and went absolutely nowhere with the actual audience. This is the problem. This is what people are really complaining about right now. This is why they're going after games like Mixtape, because they are trying to save these games and these studios from making mistakes, because these critics are no longer representing the audience. And if this industry is going to continue to follow their taste, their scores, and their idea of what games should become, well, it's only going to lead these guys to failure. I think that right now, we are at a very real turning point in the gaming community. And it's crossing over everything. I think it's journalism, reviews, players, content creators, hell, even just the way that people are talking about games. You have one side of the conversation that really wants to treat games as high art first, and then you have this other side that still understands that games are a product that people need to buy. And I don't think that those two things have to be enemies. I think that games can be art. Obviously, they can be, but a lot of this conversation is being driven by pretentious writers who have fell into the games industry because they couldn't find their way into film, music, or politics. And now they're reviewing these games through those principles while completely replacing the audience's expectations, because they are not like the audience. They do not view games in the same way. Now, it's not like those principles don't matter. I appreciate the high art in games. I think it's absurdly cool that people can create here. The interactive worlds, the incredible soundtracks, the engaging stories, the places that you can actually live in for a while. And in my eyes, games are the pinnacle of art. They really are. They're the intersection of all forms of art. But for players, customers really, they're still buying a product. And while they can appreciate the story, the music, the themes, the emotional intent, they are usually going to care more about the game part than they will the product, because that's usually what they're trying to spend their money on. That's the escapism. That's where a lot of the fun is in a lot of these games. It's what separates games from every other form of media. So when something like Mixtape costs $20, barely has any gameplay, and it's still getting treated like it needs to be with some of the best games in the entire industry, games, by the way, that a lot of these players really care about, of course these guys are going to recoil. Of course these guys are going to get mad. And it's only going to get worse when the defense turns into this smug little lecture about why you should like it, or how every single game is important, or why you're lesser for not liking it for whatever reason. Oh, you just don't get it, man. Man, you know what? When these experiences are about as deep as a puddle, no wonder these people end up liking a game like this. It's just a reflection of themselves in this case. I've also seen a lot of people that have been talking about how, oh, the usual weirdos are mad about this, or I hate that every single game is a culture war right now. And I hate this dismissive language, this trying to play it safe, this trying to essentially turn everything into a fucking hug box because everybody wants everyone to agree with everything, or just leave everybody alone if they don't like something. And honestly, you know what? I do think that there is a culture war that's happening in games right now. Just not the one that I think a lot of these people believe is happening. The real fight is between the industry and the audience. It's around pricing, it's around ownership, it's around direction, it's around whether or not these games are still being made for the people that play them, or for people who seem almost embarrassed of them as video games in the first place. That's why the reaction to Mixtape has gotten so high. It's players not just rejecting one game, they're rejecting what this game represents to them. The idea that games should be less interactive, less player-driven, less fun, and somehow become more respectable because they're going to borrow from film.
Hello. Well, I don't know who raided, but hello. Welcome.
Chuckles TV. Welcome
Chuckles
to my
TV.
channel.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Cuckles. I would like to pause and write you a welcome note or something, but there you go. Hello and welcome.
Hello and welcome.
Jesus Christ, they're annoying. Hope you had a good stream. Wow, actually a 10 years old account. I'm impressed. Damn it. You're actually a last epoch player. Oh my god. Respect.
Respect to our streamer.
Welcome, folks.
And welcome, folks.
Yeah, I'm listening to video game controversy while trying to figure out these maps.
Do that.
Also, inventory space is a problem. Sorry for commercials. Thanks, Twitch. It's 500. Nope.
I cannot do that.
You don't say. No. Not even worth selling.
Music, politics, or whatever else. It's not just, I don't like this game. It's, I don't like where you guys keep trying to take games. And these guys aren't putting up with it anymore. I'm just sick and tired of the players not being able to have the conversations that they're trying to have, and a lot of this stuff ends up being relegated to content creators more than anything else because they just kind of get shut down on social media. Yeah, they get likes and updates and stuff like that, but there's really not a lot of movement from a lot of that stuff, and a lot of their concerns aren't really voiced. You know, players are not hating on small games. They're not trying to take down these indie games. This isn't a culture war over identity politics. I'm not going to pretend like that stuff doesn't exist or those conversations don't happen. They definitely do, but what this is more or less, it's just people that are sick and tired of people that are speaking on their behalf that do not represent them in the slightest. That's what a lot of this is about. People are rejecting mixtape not as a game.
Does anybody use this judgment?
That the
I
score
wonder.
around it creates. That's probably the better way for me to be able to put this. Something this highly rated is going to give a green flag or a green light
Amazing.
to a bunch
Level
of different
6
publishers
sword,
and developers that something like this might be a good idea. I mean, the critics really like it, right? And a lot of players just don't want to have anything to do with that. They're trying to send the message right now that this is something that critics like and that we don't want to have anything to do with. So they're frying this thing. They're roasting it the best they possibly can. They're doing a great job at doing it, by the way. This should have been a movie. Or maybe they need to make some type of other secondary category that's not inside of video games, because this is definitely not a video game. This is definitely not a part of that conversation. It's definitely not a movie.
Yeah, thank you, bot. Oh my god.
Welcome to my channel.
Okay, thanks.
Mixie. Welcome to my channel.
Yeah, I said hello to everybody. Shut up, bot.
Welcome to my channel.
Hello, people. Welcome. God damn it. Thanks, Alert. Jormun Hunger. Oh, pretty.
It's existing in this weird limbo area, but the problem is that when it's dragged into this conversation, I'm going to be real with you, I actually think it's unfair for these game I think it's unfair for these game reviewers to have actually reviewed a game like this, because of course this is the kind of treatment that it's going to get. I don't think it belongs here. And I think by dragging it into this conversation, you're making them look bad. You're ruining their own reputation. You're ruining their chances for their next game if they come out. I don't think that's fair to them. I don't think it's fair to the audience. I don't think it's fair to anybody.
Nice.
You know,
God
all I'm saying is that I think it's very
damn it.
telling that we have a bunch of journalists that really resonated with a bunch of teenagers that felt that they are misunderstood and that everybody else is wrong. That secretly, they're special. Not everybody else has figured it out yet, and maybe they will in the future. Really tells a lot, doesn't it? Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter. I'm super tired. It's really late right now. I'm up late lately. Anyway, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'll catch you guys in the next one.
Level 50. Interesting. Bunch of crap. Tire 6. I don't know about that one. I don't know. Well, if anybody needs anything, feel free to say. I'm not really excited about this junk.
Anarchy Cardvise Geo. Welcome to my channel. Best viewers hit pop are you?
Armor held. Those damage taken from critical hits. I mean, it's the same, right? It should be the same. So anyway, it's all the same to me. I'm the fly in your soup, I'm the pillow. No. It's not really the same. I'm a demon if you will. I'm a bump on every head. I'm a pillow which you sleep. Thorn in your hip. I'm a footprint of your heart. Stabbing pain and stuff. And it's so easy being evil. This is the life you see. The devil tipsies are to me. I do it all because I'm evil. I'm gonna sell all this. I pledge my allegiance to you. How can I promise on my damned soul to do as I am?
To put it simply, Amaranth is a woman best known for her endless Twitch streams and revealing outfits showing off huge tracts of land. For nearly a decade, this woman has dedicated her entire life to sitting in front of a screen for days straight as men gawk. While I never personally saw the appeal of watching Twitch streamers for hours on end, no one can deny that Amaranth dominates this space for female streamers. But even though she films every waking and sometimes even sleeping moment of her life, the public doesn't really know that much about her. So today I want to attempt to uncover who really is Amaranth. With me finding a lot of information, it seems she never published. Let's start simply with what you probably already know from watching any of the countless wiki regurgitation videos on the subject. Amaranth appeared on Twitch in 2016, displaying her intricate cosplaying designs. Her early streams consist of her playing some video games and dancing around in her house. It would not be until 2021, during the height of the pandemic, when Amaranth seemed to crack the code of Twitch with the hot tub meta, followed by the sexy ASMR meta. After gaining an immense viewership, she launched an OnlyFans that generated millions of dollars a month. While these gimmicks allowed her name to stay in the press, it didn't really generate real or substantial wealth, with the OnlyFans being the true moneymaker. With millions of dollars coming in, Amaranth decided to invest her savings by buying a gas station. Her fans and other content creators were very impressed by this business move that many called genius. As mentioned before, despite being renowned as the queen of Twitch and releasing thousands of hours of content, the streamer's fans know little about her. I've watched pretty much every interview she's ever done, along with several of her tedious streams, only to realize she doesn't really give a peek behind the personal veil. Her reasoning may understandably be to keep her personal life private, which makes sense with the variety of crazy fans she has amassed. But in 2022, things changed. Amaranth went live with a phone call exposing her verbally abusive husband. She alleged that her spouse had total control of her finances, and forced her to perform sexual content for Stream and OnlyFans, and that she didn't really want to do all the explicit stuff. Creators were quick to support the victim, and many were interested to see how Amaranth's content was going to change now that she was free from her husband. Yet when I compare her videos before and after her ex, it remains pretty much the same. Amaranth has never commented on this fact, and outright refuses to answer any questions about her ex-husband. Instead, when she does talk about her personal life, she consistently mentions her love for horses and dream of opening an animal sanctuary in California. Besides what I just summarized here, virtually no one has ever put together the story of Amaranth. Like, why didn't her content change when she said it was going to? Who is her husband? And strangely enough, many people wonder if her explicit videos are fake, but we'll get to that later. To attempt to answer these questions, we have to start at the very beginning of the story. But before I go any further in today's video, I just want to give a shout out to my sponsor, Factor. For the month of January, I decided to flee the colder weather of Pennsylvania and go down to Florida. And while I'm down here, I don't have as good of a kitchen setup. So because of this, Factor has actually been a great partnership this month because I need some decent things to eat. They're fresh, never frozen, and chef-crafted, dietitian-approved, and ready to eat within 2 minutes. All you have to do is go on their website, choose your weekly menu of 35 options, including popular ones such as Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, Vegan, and Veggie. Then on top of that, there's 60 add-ons every week, like breakfast, on-the-go lunch, snacks, and beverages. And when things get hectic in life, Factor is flexible. You can change your order up every single week with plans from 4 to 18 meals. Or just pause or reschedule your deliveries anytime. And the best part is, with Factor, you can rest assured you're making a sustainable choice. Factor offsets 100% of delivery emissions and sources 100% renewable electricity for their production sites and offices. One of my favorite picks from this time around was their Tex-Mex beef bowl. This came with green chili cheese sauce and cauliflower rice. Honestly, this tastes better than a lot of things you could get at a restaurant. So if you're interested, head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code 50GFM to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box. That's code 50GFM at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. Caitlin Michelle Saragusa was born on December 2nd, 1993 in Houston, Texas. Growing up, she became close with her older half-brother, who was from her mother's first marriage. When she was only 4 years old, this brother ended up moving in with his biological father, and Amaranth did not see him often after that. She was then left with her other brother, who she did not get along with, and the two of them engaged in sibling rivalry.
And then I was stuck with my other brother, who had like the middle child complex, if you've seen that before, where it's like they don't get the attention of the young one, but they also don't get treated with respect like the older ones, so they just kind of like act out of spite. So he was kind of rude to me until he became an adult.
When reflecting on her childhood, Amaranth describes it as boring. Both of her parents worked constantly to make ends meet. Her mother was a preschool teacher and her father worked in IT, which resulted in them having to leave the young girl alone often. Despite having a dual income, her parents had no money to travel and never took time off of work to spend with their children.
Growing up, I was kind of just raised in front of a TV like a lot of kids who had working parents.
While left to her own devices, Amaranth discovered her love for solo activities such as art and video games. Having limited ability to interact with people, the young girl grew to love animals.
My neighbor's dogs just come up and roll over for belly rubs, and it was just like a genuine connection where it felt like you could actually connect to them without needing to be good at talking. And so animals became like the only thing I cared about.
Every day she would spend time with dogs instead of making friends with other kids her own age. She believes that because her parents didn't have friends over, the young girl never learned how to properly interact with humans. Eventually, her parents gave in and got their daughter her very own dog at the age of 12 when she could properly care for the pet on her own. Once she reached high school, she discovered her love for costume design and joined the theater club. However, her challenges with social interaction persisted.
So I was kind of like, I guess, a social outcast, and I can kind of like handle being bullied since I was bullied a lot in school for being a nerd before that was mainstream these days. People weren't like really fond of girls who were into video games. The guys were like, ew, the girl who likes her stuff, and the girls were like, ew, you like boy stuff.
Amaranth was a very gifted student, and at one point was top of her class until she grew tired of keeping her grades up. Despite her declining disregard for her education, she still was very interested in business. Her uncle owned a dog walking company, and he would talk to her about his different strategies for growing his customer base. She cites that this is what inspired her to start a business of her own. Upon graduating, she decided to attend a community college. Finding love in dressing up to escape the monotonous reality, she decided to major in costume. In need of some extra cash, she decided to take a job working at kids' birthday parties dressing up as their favorite characters. She enjoyed the job, knowing how to get into character from her theater background with knowledge of costumes. From a very young age, Amaranth had taken up cosplay and spent hours alone creating realistic costumes to dress up as her favorite fictional characters. Eventually, she saved up enough money to open her own costume character company called the Royal Court Princess Parties. She even began a secondary business, a baby Epona plush, creating her own pattern and sewing each stuffed animal individually. Due to her cosplaying, Amaranth received an interesting proposal from the streaming site Twitch in 2016 at 23 years old. She agreed and became a member, but didn't have much success at the start. Due to this, she found another job sewing costumes for the ballet. Amaranth believes that her lack of success streaming was because most people don't appreciate cosplay or the time and effort she put into the detailed costumes. Instead, she discovered that changing the outfits to be overtly sexual led to a lot more viewership.
Or like the girls who would do like the sexy versions of characters. I'm like, that looks nothing like the reference. And then I learned how much money they're making, and I'm like, never mind.
She then created a Patreon account where she posted exclusive lewd content.
A lot of the audience on Twitch just doesn't care what I have to say if it's like a serious topic. They just want to see me prance around in my cleavage.
Despite her small numbers, she was banned from the site in 2019 when she accidentally exposed herself while playing with her dog. Only 6 months later, she was banned a second time. There was never a reason given as to why she was kicked off this time, but it followed a streamed gym session. Quickly after this, she received her third ban as showing a follower's profile picture with inappropriate content.
I pulled him into a Discord because I was doing like a viewer program or whatever. Yeah. And while he was talking to me, he changed his profile to, you know, like a peepee.
Sweet.
Yeah, so most of the bans are even my fault.
Despite her rocky relationship with the streaming site, the cosplayer would continue on. She still didn't know how to build her audience to the next level, but that was all about when female streamers discovered a loophole in Twitch's terms of service. This all started when Amaranth began to notice that many female Twitch streamers appeared in hot tubs, wearing skimpy bikinis, and they weren't getting banned. At first, the creator wondered how these women were getting away with this, since Twitch had very strict guidelines on what streamers were not allowed to show. However, there was a loophole in the site's guidelines that allowed for women to wear this attire if the content made sense, such as when swimming. Amaranth started doing this as well, but she put her own spin on it. She brought the hot tub inside her house. From there, she would stream for 12 to 13 hours a day, straddling a pickle inflatable. Her numbers began to rise exponentially as she started to make more money than ever before.
I would game in the hot tub, I would work out in the hot tub, I would talk to people in the hot tub, I would have like podcasts in the hot tub.
Even though she experienced success, there were some drawbacks to sitting in water all day long, such as developing skin. Amaranth was so dedicated, she even wanted to sleep in the hot tub, but her manager refused to allow this due to the drowning.
I honestly don't even understand how you possibly did the hot tub for 12 hours.
I hate that. It's like, it's so exhausting.
Despite disliking the conditions of the water streams, she began making more money, about $100,000 a month. Surely this made up for the uncomfortable conditions, and she has used this gimmick for everything it is worth, even selling the water for $200 a jar before dropping the price to $50. This is also around the time that she began to become more well-connected with other content creators. She would host collabs with other attractive female streamers such as Destiny's ex-wife. She then expanded into collabing with adult stars such as Lena the Plug, Adriana Chechik, and Sky Bree. This hot tub meta resulted in several male Twitch streamers being outraged over the site allowing this behavior.
The hot tub meta. It's all over. It's so disgusting. I'm disgusted to call myself a human being when I see other people doing this, taking advantage of things like this.
The reason for their outrage was due to the belief that these women were taking over what was supposed to be a gaming site. Many also felt that it was showing adult content to young viewers. However, many came to Amaranth's defense, stating that the critics were just jealous. Despite these clapbacks, many still protested against allowing this behavior, but had virtually no success in getting anyone banned. And if they didn't like hot tubs, they would surely hate the upcoming ASMR meta. While this doesn't seem like inappropriate content, it quickly turned sexual when attractive female streamers began licking the microphones for hours a day. This was also paired with the young woman wearing revealing clothing while staring straight into the camera. Twitch eventually had enough and banned Amaranth for a fourth time. It may have been performing this type of sexual content that pushed the streamer to explore more ways to profit off of her body. It was in May of 2021 at 28 that she decided to start an OnlyFans. This is when she began making $1 million a month off of the sexual content. With her growing fame, the 20-some-year-old woman began doing interviews with YouTubers who asked her some questions about her background, but she didn't reveal much in response. She has talked about her parents' positive reaction to her job, but that seems really strange to me because at other times she has mentioned that her parents are very conservative Baptists, a group who don't tend to be okay with sex work.
It might have something to do with like my upbringing too, though. My mom is very like conservative and like touching herself is bad.
As time has gone on, she often talks around questions dealing with her personal life and doesn't seem willing to open up about much.
Yeah, so Kate, I think of all of the conversations I've ever had on stream, this feels to me to be the most incomplete. I feel like we have a lot more left to talk about.
Another contradiction that the creator makes involves posting explicit content.
What's the worst decision you've made in your career?
Probably not joining OnlyFans earlier. Another thing I guess is when I was first starting off, even though I have like a lot of money now, I kind of wish that while there was less saturation, that I had gone more of a mainstream creator route a little bit, kind of like kept that balance.
Through OnlyFans and streaming, Amaranth developed a large simp following that sometimes turns creepy and even dangerous. One Craze fan went so far as lighting her trash can on fire and attempting to burn the model's entire house down. She also experienced multiple cases of being swatted.
I've been swatted so much at this point where the cops, they don't even have their guns out anymore. And I tell them, look at my stream too, if I'm online that I'm not dead, right? And they're still obligated to come by.
How often are you getting swatted?
A few times a month, typically.
Despite this being scary, Amaranth claims that the worst case she ever experienced had to do with a man from Estonia. He allegedly flew to Houston, Texas, and then reached out to the model to give him a ride from the airport, believing that the two of them were in a relationship. When she did not pick him up, internet trolls gave the delusional poster Amaranth's address, and he arrived at her front door with a ring.
It was really creepy, and the police came. The first time he showed up, they did a restraining order, and like a trespassing warning, and they like dropped him off somewhere. But then actually, like a year later, he came back again.
Despite this man being arrested twice for stalking, he appears to still be in the US and comments on her content to this day. This has led the woman to take extreme precautions to protect her safety, such as living in a compound with walls.
I heard you have a safe word for if you need to call 911.
It's actually like a button. I have a red button I press in my vault. Yeah, I run in there. It's like a gun vault with like a bulletproof door.
Even with the obsessed fans, it was beneficial to the OnlyFans model
Welcome
to generate.
to my channel.
Hello. Welcome. Oh, I did expect you to come by earlier. Oh my god, look at this bug. Nice. GG. God damn it. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, sure. Is it really?
Do you like my sword, 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 my diamond sword, sword? You cannot afford, my diamond sword, sword. Even if it's gold, I have a patent. No one else can make a sword exactly in this manner, manner. Welcome to my manner, manner. I swing, swing, swing my sword, sword. Whenever I get bored, bored, I can swing my sword, sword. I can swing my sword, sword. Once I hit the floorboards, but I had it restored, and it was expensive, but it was a write-off. Swinging is my business, and by that I mean swinging swords. Please do not ignore. Do you like my sword? That was rhetorical. You know I am the oracle. I know you like my sword. It's made of freaking diamonds. See if you don't, you're lying. Or that would be fine, because it is awesome. And you're probably jealous. I can bring my sword, sword, cause I am the Lord, Lord, Lord of Diamonds.
Oh god. Okay.
Shut up! What? No! No! It's mine! Mine! Nope, nope. Shut up. I'll see you in court. Little Tim Tim sleeping so soundly.
Okay. Sure.
Jackie. Is Jackie in the house? No? Jackie? Jackie? Melanie? Melissa? Nobody. Alright, I'm looking for my staff. Oh, where are you? Hey, can you run to the booth and grab one of every pocket goth? I'll take that as a no. I was gonna throw them out into the audience, but Jackie doesn't really want to run to the booth to get them, so that's cool. Oh, look at her go!
Then
Hurry up, I got 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Anybody here ever make animated music videos using anime? This is a phenomenon that came to my attention, well, maybe only a year or two ago, because someone said, oh, you're that guy who does that song. And then I went on YouTube where they directed me, and there was 57 different AMVs that included the song When You're Evil. So, it's possible that you never heard who I was, but while you were watching a Helsing AMV, you heard this song. When the devil is too busy, of course the song's not anime. When the devil is too busy and death's a bit too much, they call me by name, you see, for my special touch. To the gentlemen I'm misfortune,
To the ladies I'm surprised, but call me by any name.
Anyway, it's all the same.
I'm the fly in your soup, I'm the pebble in your shoe, I'm a demon if you let, I'm a thump on every head.
I'm the peel on which you slip, I'm a pin in
Every head, I'm a thorn in your side, makes you wriggle and writhe.
and it's
So easy when you're evil. This is the life you see, the devil tips his hat to me. I do it all because I'm evil, and I do it all for free.
Your tears are all
The pay I'll ever need.
while there's children to make sad, while there's candy
To be had, while there's pockets left to pick,
while there's
pennies left to trip down the stairs, I'll be there. I'll be riding round the corner.
It's a game, I'm glad I'm in it,
'Cause there's one more every minute.
and it's so easy when you're evil.
This is the life you see, the devil tips his hat to me. I do it all because I'm evil,
And I do it
all
all
for free.
Your tears are all the
May I'll ever need. Pledge my allegiance to all things that can I promise on my damned soul to do as I am told. Lord, the Beelzebub has never seen a soldier cry like me. Not only does his job, but does it happily. Fear that keeps you awake on the shadow on the wall, on the monster they become. In your skull, on the direction, on the right, on the footprint of your heart. This is so easy when you're evil. This is the life you see, the devil tips his hat to me. I do it all because I'm evil. For free, all the pay I'll ever need. Your tears are all the pay I'll ever need. Oh God.
Your tears are all the pay I'll
Really?
get so lonely.
Being evil. Do a tear smile even for a little while. No one loves you when you're evil. Your tears are all that pain I need. Now you. God damn it. Okay, what the fuck is this? Okay, sure.
Too heavy.
Oh my god. You're lost.
Too heavy.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
Too heavy.
Ah. It's okay, I guess. That's 6 and... Not even a level up. Thanks.
Yes.
Maybe I'll save this one. Sure. Oh boy. Let's see the map. Okay, doesn't make a lot of sense. Madness. Sure. Right here. Right here. And nope. Thanks. Bloody Tetris, okay. Thanks. Ghost. Do I have this dagger already? No. Ire. Frozen ire. Okay.
Yes.
Sell. Not bad.
Take care.
sorry. Like, I would play more, but my inventory is a clutter. I don't like leaving stuff outside, so my head is kind of, you know, burning. I'm gonna go and check for stuff. BRB.
BRB.
And I'll be here in a couple of minutes. Oh! Maybe I should run some ads. Would that make sense? Eesh. No. Ah, you recently ran an ad. Okay. feel warm. Woo.
Hey, what's up, Helldivers? Arrowhead just...
Generate other sources of income. Twitch began cracking down on other booby girls for their sexual content by messing with their ability to collect ad revenue, and shadow banning them from the front page of the site. In 2022, Amaranth needed to find other ways to make money and came up with a crude idea. She decided to sell fart jars.
Also, I'm not doing this. Amaranth is.
Why does this always happen? People were both disgusted by this business venture as well as deeply entertained. She then sold these jars for close to $1,000 a container.
Okay, so it's marked on the website for the cutie patooties as
Cutie
$1,000
patootie.
each, but marked down to $4.99. So I
Yeah.
don't know what the actual
My
sales price
farts went down in value after a while.
I just want to point out that Belle Delphine's prices for her stunts were much more reasonable. Anyway, Amaranth claims to have made around $100,000 between the scent jars and hot tub water. Not too long after, she was banned from not just Twitch for a 5th time, but also TikTok and Instagram. It was at this point that she had time to try out some other ventures. With her millions already earned, the streamer had an idea to expand her content from just being a solo streamer. This is when she attempted to create a Wipeout-style game show with Twitch creators called Streamer Royale. Despite spending an exuberant amount of money on the
had to build
events,
our top site,
it
and snap
failed
blasts and
miserably,
trigger nades would stick to
falling
surfaces,
flat with her audience.
including those
Interestingly enough, Amaranth didn't take responsibility for the show not being entertaining, but blamed the other content creators for the disaster, making it clear that there was behind-the-scenes drama.
If I felt like the amount of money to invest, because that show costed like $500K to put on. Yeah, for
Feel
the
free to
amount of
browse,
viewers
but,
that you get in return, it was like
watch
what we
your
did, like 20 to 50K or
Mhm.
something. And then the amount of streamers that flaked or just like, they're like say yes and then they drop out last minute. It pisses off a lot of sponsors. So it's just like too much hassle.
Later that same year, she went on a dating show hosted by Aiden Ross, where she interviewed different men who attempted to smooth talk the streamer into going on an actual date with them. Beyond being boring, it was also a little creepy.
How old are you?
How old am I?
Predict above or below 3.
Oh, pretty close, pretty close. I'm 28.
You are?
Yeah, how old are you? Like 12?
Yo! It seemed like solo streaming was the most profitable way to make money for Amaranth, and that these other ventures were not paying off the way she intended. Despite getting some mainstream media attention, she hadn't really cracked through to the general public.
Do you think they'd know my name?
Had a raider here who...
Tick bond, okay. Yar.
Head home at the Overlook air shaft.
Any raiders topside or en route
Hello? Let's go to the Overlook air shaft.
Don't mind me, guys. Good luck. I guess that's it. That's how I do it.
We've had to go.
I've been pestering Tian Wen for a while now, trying to get her to.
Grid's still dark.
Ba 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 ba.
Snap blasts and trigger nades will stick to. We've had to go to our topside infrastructure.
Gears. Bastion cell. Sure. Laboratory regions. Can make some of that.
fly. Over there.
Hello? Hey, hello!
Hello.
Let's head home at the southern station.
MLWK. Welcome to my channel.
Hello. If you want a cash, here, take it. I just need points. Yeah, thank you. You got 2 more. Just look at the east direction. Yeah, just look. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, go east. Go east. You'll see more.
station.
Hello, hello. If possible, I would like to get out without being killed. We don't have to do it like that. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh. Really? Ah. Aqui.
Neurotic Official.
No.
Welcome to my channel.
Dobar dan.
Howdy.
Yes, sve to što ste rekli. So.
Tu sam zakaji minut pusim natarozi I glidam strim.
Lepo, lepo. Nice. Very good.
gdje si Ilija?
Dobro jutro. Ili dobar dan, dobro podne, ili šta god već.
Dobar dan, išao sam na trening pa dok sam došao, dok sam spremio da jedem tamo. Došao s posla, skuvao kafu i onda rekao ja odem na trening ujutro, tamo do 10-11, razumiješ. Juče nisam ni igrao. Išao do grada nešto da kupim i jedne patike i torbicu i dođem kući i sad iz stare torbice da prebacim sve u novu i mi fale dokumenti, vozačka, lična. I ja zovi traži, onda sam obišao ceo grad gde sam sve bio u poslednje 2 nedelje i ništa. I opet nazad kući i traži, ja rekao da nisam možda nosio prslus, se setim.
I šta znaš?
U unutrašnjem džepu od prsluka.
To je panika bez veze. Nije bez veze.
Pa nisam uopšte razmišljao prsluku, razumeš, otko znam, rekao, najde sam morao ili izvaditi ili nešto, ne možda ispadne, razumeš, iz turbice. Rekao, dobro, ću ti, ne veze, bar sam cršate od kuku, ništa drugo. Ono, sparina, brate, neka, ono, ne vreme posle, katastrofa. Pije ušao malo odigrao, ja meč, našao blueprint za ovaj Envil.
Zenvil? Zanimljivo.
Ja mislim, ne znam li ti treba, sam moram pogledam šta imam viška, imam onih baterija. Dobio
koje baterije?
Sad ću ti reći kad dođem.
Ne znam kakve baterije spominješ, ali dobro.
Ovde. One, čekaj da ih nađemo.
Ne znam, kakve baterije?
Momena samo da ih nađu. One Arc Motion Core imam 11.
Sad čuvaj, treba će ti za upgrade, koliko ja znam.
Pa dobro, ali ne znam, jel mi treba višak da ti dam, ne znam.
Ne, treba, skupit ću vam, samo ti čuvaj za sebe. To će trebati za municiju. To je ono što bi ti rekao da skupljaš uvek. Kad god vidiš, uvek to uzmi. Jer treba će ti za...
Sela imam, tako, svašta nešto. Ne znam, mi treba vas drivera i tih sejam i toga, 3, 6,
Ne, to sam sve unapredio. Ne, sve ste unapredio.
Jesi.
Te vas drivere, hornet drivere, snitch skenere, tik podove, sva ta govna, to se sve uradio.
Šta mi treba u pičkom materinu.
Treba ti sve, obično.
Unapredio sam, da, na Explosive Station 2, to mi sve treba. Ove roketiri, kurci, da imamo...
Što ti da trekuješ sve to, što ti treba?
Pa jesam. Ovo mi fali za gear badge, 3 Horneta, imam 2 i... Treba mi razgira, ovo mehanik može da se napravi, znači vas sve imam 10 od 8.
Treba ti razgira, da.
Shit, anti.
Svake sezone treba svakom, tako da nisi tu ništa nova rekao.
Jedan toster, 2 sam našao i to u principu.
I tako to.
Snitch skenera, a dobro, sve pomalo dićem, ko je bilo. Jes. Ček samo municija da uzem još. Envil je digao na max, jes. Raider, skill.
Inače, ja sam dobio 10 ili skill poena, koliko ja znam, ne 15. Kažu da je, ne kažu da je bug. Da, ne kažu da je bug. Tako da sam teo Slavku da kažem da nije morao da se cima oko toga da kao radi to za bonus skill poene kad svejedno imamo isto, i ja i on.
Da, ja sam isto 5 dobio, stavio na žute i još 2 sam dodao. Pa valjda je ukupno, pošto imam 7 na žutom. Znaš. Pa došli ja drugi put ovaj restart, onda valjda treba da...
To je 10. To je
10, pa da.
Onda sam manje da dobio. Pa, manje.
Video sam na update, trudna mi ljubav jebote mačka, zamisli. Kad se pre jebote, Ja vidim nešto, kad je došla nije imala stomak. Ja, znaš, vidim ono, sve ide u širinu i u dužinu, znaš. Ja pregledao, brate, vidim ono, ima simptome trudnoće i onda kad pogledam, rekao vremenski, pošto ona mjesec dana kod mene, znači to se desilo prema što je došla kod mene, znaš.
I don't usually
Vidim da
have
jako
time to deal with
mazne,
raiders
ono, non-stop,
one-on-one,
znaš,
but you're always
sigurnost
welcome to swing by and drop
Sami
off seat.
šmačić, pa ne.
Što da ne? Bićeš dobar tata. To se ja šalim, da.
To ne znam, možda uzem neko malo mače pa ga udavim. Možda je lakše sa malim, a? Da se previkne i to, mislim. Ne odmah, mislim.
A misliš da ga udomiš? A ja rekao da ga udaviš. Bože sačuvaj.
Prvi čovjeka udavio nego životinju.
Ne znam, ima ljudi koji su, znaš, moji su u fazonu bili kad je mačka se omacila, neko uzme pa baci mačiće kao u džak i onda baci ih u reku, to mi je nehumano. To bi radio deteto, a ne mačetu. Znači, moji su ih sačekali da malo porastu, onda su fino uzeli, pa jedno par mjeseci, onda su fino uzeli zajedno s mačkom i izbacili u atar, razumeš, negdje van sela. Da ne može da nađe put. I onda je ona već otišla negdje svojim putem s njima.
To ko da mučiš malo dete kad mučiš životinju tako malo, mislim, bespomoćno, znaš.
Deportovali smo ih kao cigane iz sela.
Jebi ga, mora se steriliši, inače problem je sve.
Kod njih nema kontrole rađanja, nego ono, samo... Inače, stavio sam protiv Triosa da igram. Ne zbog tebe, nego zbog sebe. Kad sam igrao solo. Veraš da sam više ne lazio na solo igrače nego na 3. A on, uključen mi je protiv 3 da igram. Zato što većina pacova ne igra protiv 3, znaš, ovi što bodu s leđa. Danas kad sam igrao Space Sport, jedna džukjela me iznabadala. Nije me iznabadala ovako iz čista mira, znaš, da može čovjek da reaguje. Ne. Pucao sam bio u sniča. Gledam u nebo i pucam u sniča. Brate, znači polomio mi pola health i shield. Stani sekundu. Treba nam jedan Hornet. Ne pucaju to. Hornet jedan treba.
Ja, premenio mislim, to još. Četiri sniča, jedan toster. Gledam da li mi tot.
Kada ti snič? Stani sekundu, dođi ti ga vam.
I treba mi 3 Horneta i sničevi.
Evo ga dolazi, začekaj da priđe skroz da ga pucam. Nije tu. Leze, Darko. Skloni se, Darko. Skloni se. Kako ti nije prvi instinkt da se skloniš od tih glupih? Ne možeš tako brzo biti kao što ti misliš. Ima onih health-a dovoljno. Ti izrešeta pola health. Kažeš, jesu ispod nas. Tu ti je pao ovaj. Jebo mu ja, maj.
Su nas čekali ispod, evo.
Ako ti ne pravi zasadu igrač, pravi ti zasadu AI. Da kurcu. Si ga našao, jesi?
Ja sam sničio, ostavio sam ga u safe pocket.
Ne. Ništa od toga mi ne treba. Tu imaš još AI unutra, ne znam zašto to radiš. To bi da samo navabim jednog Horneta ovam. Sad sam se popeo gore na kolo.
Hornet, by those buildings. Wasp, by the customs house. Firefly, there, by those buildings. Firefly, there. Firefly. A firefly.
Gde je Hornet?
Firefly.
Što su ovo dva Firefly? Možda je iza ovdje.
Eno ga na tamo. Ne. Ne, gornje. Sad će doći. Ne pucaj. Imaš bullet drop i samo praviš buku bez veze. Bullet drop ti je tu do 50-70 metara. Sad pucaj. Darko, treba da ga ubijem granatom, Darko. Nisam ga šubio. Neću ga ni ubiti.
Pa hoćeš sam čurio.
Ne, više nemam bombi. Vidi, bomba stoji u vazduhu.
Pa ja vidim bug neki koji kurac.
Zalepila se kao za njega, ali nije. Nemam više bombi. Kući. Pazi na vas, po opet dolazi. Nemoj da ih taguješ vama. Pusti ih kurac. Nisam uzeo krp.
Pa idemo malo lutamo da nađemo krp. Tu nešto nas krpa sigurno. Kako ovako retardirano lete magareci? Znaš, onako ne znam.
A nije nego već ovaj treći put, razumeš, da im bacam ručne bombe, znači bomba, znači on onako cima se u vazduhu, razumeš, ti im baciš bombu, on, razumeš, napravi lažnjak, bomba prođe pored njega. A vidio si, bomba se zalepila za vazduh. U suštini se zalepila za njega, ali zbog vlage ili zbog pičke materije nije uopšte povodilo gde treba. To ti je neka medicinska laboratorija, tako nešto, neka mala sobica. Imaš brod? Ako ti treba brod. Dobar dan, popni se gore.
Dobar dan.
Meni piše da ubijem Farfala, čini mi se, na ovoj mapi. 3 komade. Da ga dovučem vam.
Trajali, ja nisam...
Nije to trajal. A, ima trav da se ubiju Farfly, ali nemamo mi baš toliko municije. Treba se kenera. Evo. Ejde, brum. I sad opet gore na krovu ne zgradi. Ej. Na zadnje strane smo se prošli put popravili.
Samo da bolje igrati tako duo na 3 osim i te stvari.
Ili solo na... Ja sam igrao solo na 30, čitav litr skoro. Znaš?
Pa daj, ono kad te vidi da si sam, brati, koji je naravno.
Ne, najgore stvar od svega je što sam nalazio na druge solo igrače. To je najgore od svega. Zato što ti, kako ti zoveš, Bugari, da ne bi rekao pacovi, reću Bugari bolje, pa nek se Bugari vređuju. Ti Bugari neće da igre tako, zato što njima ne paše da se bore sa trojicom, znaš. Oni vole jednoga da štrpu s leđa, ovako 1 na 1, nemaju, razumiješ, društvenih veština.
2 sniča i 3 horneta, što treba i to je. Sad sam baš gledao, ovo ostali imamo.
2 sniča i 3 horneta, a? Ne. Bi ni mogao da ga ubiješ, a da nam ne eksplodira. Se popnemo na nešto. Evo ga. Vidiš ga? Bravo. Treba bi mi samo Comet Igniter jedan za quest.
Uzmi sve ovdje šta ti treba, ne znam šta ti treba.
Drži, samo ostaje u save pocket. Drži. Je propao, a?
Nije ovdje se.
Možemo da izađemo normalno. A nije to. On ima 2 dela. Nije, tu ima 2 dela.
Znam šta je ono bela, tu ti je dole.
To je to. Vidi. Ona je se agrala, pazi.
Znači, fireball mi više ne treba.
Inače, po ovim kontejnerima imaš to što ti treba, znaš, možeš naći zupčanike. Da znaš, Darko?
Sam rasted tools. Sam rasted balls, ćete trebati.
Ne da ja znam. Treba će ti akumulator. Uzmi akumulator.
Industrial battery. Over here. An extended medium mag, Mark II. Wasp up there.
Ne vas. Ti znaš da ti je ovo dosta puta uopšte nije niko nikog ubio. Već su toliko i agresivan ovdje da ljudi ginu redovno od AI.
Mislim da ih pojačavaju iz sezone u sezonu, pošto sam AI vjerojatno se on adaptira, znaš. Gleda kako ga napadaju igrači, onda...
Na primjer, napadnete AI i ti vidiš drugog igrača. Tvoj instinkt je kao PvP igrača pucaju drugog igrača. Ne. Ako to uradiš, znači mrtvi ste obojice. Prvo, vratno ćeš da iskasapiš toga koga si napao. Drugo bit će savi sve. Na ovoj mapi. Na drugim mapama možda ne. Darko. Darko, brate. Skloni se.
Da se opustiš malo, čovječ, šta te...
Evo ti ga ovaj Skočko, kako se zove.
Skočko?
Ma jebem ga, liper.
Pa čujem ga da ispred. On ne vidi vas.
Ne vidite. A izađi opet, cimni se napolje.
Pa jedino s te strane ako izađemo, ako me ne vidi. Evo ga.
Leaper, down there.
Iznad njega je Rocketeer i ja mislim da je iza ovaj...
Vaporizer.
Pa da.
Wasp, up there. I've got a wasp up there.
Jebani wasp.
Čak imaš igrača ovdje. Čuješ? Ajmo. Ne. Šta tebi? Hornet drivera, jel?
Da. Hornet i ova dva sniča sam rekao. Tako da. Sniča i 3 ovo. Šta je ovo piču? Vaspini mi ne treba.
Znam, ali kažem ti, tu 100 metara čuo sam drugu ekipu. Kako otvara sanduk isto koji ti.
Ja.
Toliko mnogo ima i konkretno na ovim dokovima, to nije normalno. Ne vidiš gdje su, razumeš, iznad glave su, ti izađeš korak napolje, odmah razumeš, sagre na tebe petorica.
Ova mapa generalno mi se
Gledaj ovo!
čeka.
Gledaj ovo!
Da, baš ih ima.
Mislim desno tamo da je.
Može, evo lika, vidiš?
Firefly, up there.
Howdy. Hey, hello!
Hello?
S leđa. Leđa.
Iznad nas.
Iznad nas. Ajmo oko. Hvala mi. Ono kako kažu, Counter Strike style. Ajmo gas vamo. Idu kurac. Puca na više frontova, aha. Bi mogo da upališ. Eto. Dobro. Ti uradio ove zadatke?
Nisam, brate, ništa od onda
Ajde,
igrao, brate. Znaš da nisam igrao juče.
Vjerojatno si uzeo prvih nekoliko zadatka, ili tako?
Nisam.
Jel imaš ono za ovu mapu prvi zadatak da uzmeš uzorke vode i tako to?
Nemam.
Šta imaš?
Logbook.
Map. Ne, map, brate, map.
Znam, moram gore otići.
Ajmo. Ne znam da li
Što
mapa...
može na... Pa mislim da na bilo koje može.
Ja ne znam ovoj mapi da ima.
Ja mislim da nema. Mislim, bar ja nisam vidio.
Ne. Ima na...
A nema veze.
Recimo na Blue Gate-u isto nema da ja znam.
Pređe se.
Ima čak i Berry City, nestartni, ova mapa. Ko ti treba, korenje ima. Ali ne treba ti ni za što, bojim se.
Pa trebam XP, to mi treba.
Češ da prodaš nešto za pare?
Pa ne, pa ne mogu.
Ja sam skupio samo da prodam. Da unapredim stash. Ne da bi imao pare. Bukvalno samo stash da unapredim da imam više mjesta.
Ako hoćeš 3 baterije, ne znam. Evo 5.
Nema vas. To je power sam. Da se sklonim, hoće da štrpnem još jednog. Ja ću, nek dođi bliže. Ne. Opa.
Kome je to čuo?
Nije to komet.
I Parizer se čuje.
Nije ni Viperizer. To ti je Shredder. Shredder.
Opa, našao sam blueprint za snajper.
Ateš.
Tako otvorim ovdje, možda ima nešto. Pa iza imaš da ono... Ne znam, ovdje ima nešto. Nikad ne znaš. Jebelnik, imaš 2 Feder, imaš municiju za onaj, kao zove.
Ne imaš.
I ovdje uzmi šta ti treba nas.
Something over here.
Ima više petla ne napređuješ, ne znam šta će ti pečurke.
Da, upravo si stvari.
Mislim, kupio sam...
Ja makina onom pičkom.
Znam, samo ti objašnjavam. Sniper puca oko nas negdje.
Promenili to za petlavac.
Zato što je grind. Bez potrebe. I donosio ti je mnogo pasivnih resursa bez da išta radiš.
Pa istina, ima i toga.
A ovako moraš više da igraš. Mislim,
Pa svako ćeš naći, nije meni problem to.
Jel ima tih drivera?
Ne, njet.
Evo ti ovdje bombe, vidi ovo. Imaš ti mjesta, tačno znam.
Nemam. Jebi ga, našao sam i Raste Tools i...
No.
2 blueprinta u pičku, sve mi treba. Kurac.
Ne bi da se ekstraktujemo, čisto da ne poklanjamo ništa.
A lako ući opet, to je moj problem.
Da, nije problem. Ja. Pošto ti imaš ključ otvoriti.
Imam, samo da vidim ovdje da nemam možda.
Već je otvoreno sve.
Ma znam, čisto za XP. Gdje ovdje? Ništa, ti ko baš teo ti reci.
Otvori odmah. I dalje mi je presmešno. Ušao sam iza poklopca. Zato što mogu da uradim interakt. Eto. Jebo ih triggernade i jebeni...
A trajale možemo recimo u nedelju ako ne budeš radio. Znaš...
Petak, subota. I više rano.
Može tako sve. Nema sad. Skill 3. Znaš što hoću da dignem na max, da nemaš teret, to ono koliko možeš da nosiš, znaš, carry. Gledam prvo ovo na crveno, sve ovo na zeleno, ću možda malo da pojačam. I onda žuto što ostane, ček sam dvijem.
Ne znam šta ti je to žuto, ali... Misliš mobilici, šta?
Stamina, da, stamina.
Da. Ali ne treba ti baš svaki skill odatle, ali ajde.
Pa znam da ne treba. Okažu se. Treba ono kad si nokan, da ono... Brže malo to ja mislim da stavim. Ček sam da vidim. Nije meni workshop štucam u pičku mater.
Neko te spominje.
3 Horneta. 1 Rusted. Tools, ovo mechanical, to napraviš sam. Znači 3 Horneta. Survivor Volt 5, dobro, to će vidjeti.
Snap blasts and trigger nades will stick back in one piece.
Toaster
i usually means good news.
2 snitcha, znači 3 ona i 2 snitcha.
Step in the right direction. Snap blasts and trigger nades will stick to surfaces.
Pravim pištolj. Ovamo. Šta još treba? Treba ovaj... 3 ova. Da je u stvari da ponese malo krpa, brate. Ne poneću 50 koga.
Ja ne nosim toliko. 15, možda 20, ostalo pokupim sve. Na terenu.
Hoću 25, mogu i tako. Split stack. Pa eto, 23.
Yes.
Teo sam da napred, za ovo jedan. Ovo je se...
had to build our topside infrastructure in stages. Snap blasts and trigger nades will stick to surfaces.
Grid's still dark. Those sensors won't turn themselves on.
Making the grid. Making the grid. Sve je tako.
What's up? I'm Troubleshoot. In this quick guide, I'll take you through Western Spawn, as we'll be starting by the departure building. But first, you'll need to make your way into one of the 3, number 4, and I'm pretty sure that's about it. As we're heading to the departure building next, this one is the one building. But first, you'll need to make your way into one of these little guard towers, for which there's quite a few. Up here's 1, 2, further down here, 3, number 4, and I'm pretty sure that's about it. As we're heading to the departure building next, this one is the one I'll be heading to. Once you've made your way towards any guard tower, find your way up and into this top room, where you'll find just inside, by one of the tables, in this case it's on the left side, I can activate the security sensors. It might be in a slightly different spot upstairs. Then we'll need to head into the departure building into a secret little room over here. The easiest way is to head in through the back, so this back area here, and if you came through the front, just make your way towards this back section. There's the little locker loot room over there, and over towards the right side here, through this direction, you'll find a hidden away little room here. Opening the map, this is my location, and just inside of here, to the right, you'll find another one of these consoles. We can then interact, and it ticks off the second part of this quest. If you're instead upstairs, you'll find a zip line leading you straight down over on the southern side over here, taking you straight down to that back piece. Then you'll need to make your way towards the arrival building, where on the car park side, there's a left and a right room that you'll need to breach into, the southern one, or the right one if you're looking from the car in and towards your left, where you'll find a breachable door there too. Either ways, inside of here, on the far west side, you'll find a bunch of computers lit up we can interact with, and when we're done, we've ticked off the last part of this quest. Only
Šta ti treba?
Ma ne vil se ne čuje, ma da isti kurac meni.
Prigušivač?
Ma da. Evo ga.
Šta ja znam?
Have you tried using a radar hatch for a quick getaway?
Da ti pomaže, ne pomaže. Kako kad? Da li ti odgovara...
Sve mi odgovara.
Znaš šta ti odgovara Spaceport?
Sve jedno mi. Šta ste bi igrao, brate?
Pa pokušavam nešto da uradim usput dok skupljamo stvari i tako to.
I mi to jako brzo rešimo, nemamo šta ni da igramo, pičku mater, tu razumeš. Bukvalno, samo te trajale i to.
Pa ako uradiš sve zadatke odjednom i skupiš sam materijal u suštini, stalno ti svake nedelje trajale, to ti ono...
Nekad ubaci neki projekt eventualno.
Onda se projekat takmiči s svim ostalim što radi. Bio sam ja na Berry City kad je bilo ono Raider Caches i koliko sam skupio, mislim 8 komada. Da sam 6-400 poena. A nisam to uopšte došao da radim, otišao sam da skupim tik pod. Treba ti, ja mislim, 8 komada ti treba.
To imam to od onih malih paukova.
No. To sam skuplja bio, fali mi jedan. Ja rekao da skupim i prvo sam radio sve i tek na kraju sam jednog našao.
Koliko ti fali? Jedan?
Ne fali ni jedan. Sve sam uradio. Da sam upgradeo na level 2.
Okej.
Ne mogu da pomognem nikom ako ne pomognem sebi, što će reći da sam prvo to završio za sebe, pa kome šta treba, samo
Mislim da
nek
sam ja
kaže.
digao to, što ne vidim da mi pokazuje, znaš. Znam da sam imao i više nešto.
Nemoj. Nemoj da nas puci odmah na spawn. Da se bar pomeni sa spawna 100 metara. Ko mi je rekao Slavko da mu je rekordno da su gubili za 40 sekundi?
Konzola sad.
A ne, nego, mislim... Znaš kako igra čovjek, igra okej, ali njegovo ničanje je jako sporo.
Sporo.
Baš sporo. Nije da ja brže nišani, jevi ga, panika je panika. Znaš.
A se treba antena, ali tako?
Idi gore na krov, mislim da ideš na krov. Imaš merdevin.
To je tako?
To je to. Jel ti piše još nešto?
Ne, samo to. Tamo sam taj imao, samo drugi. Ništa, idemo dalje, radimo. Što treba raditi ljudi.
Nije da nema igrača, već je manji broj igrača nego što je bio ranije. I onda se redano upadaš u lobby sa tako likovima koji su neartikulisani.
Misliš da je opao broj igrača?
A nije opao i dalje, imaš određen broj ljudi, samo...
A ima, ja mislim da i dalje oni rastu. Šta god ljudi kenjali tamo, ti i uberite.
Govorim ima metraljac. Treba sniš skener? Mene su tako ubili. Mislim, kaže, niko me nikad neće ubiti, razumeš, ono na ferku. Znači, bukvalno sam gledao nebo i pucao u sničara, znaš, lik mi se privukao s leđa i... Masakr. Da si mu. Gdje si ga obalio?
Tamo ne, gde su ovdje ispočekali, vidim šta je ovo. Ajde, prekini da letiš tako je. Da vidjeli su.
Ovako. Evo vode. Levo, da. Ne, sad kada priđe, ne ga poviti, to ima drop, taj revolver. Bio je nečiji pištolj u igri, razumeš, kad su radili onaj beta testing. Znači niko nije koristio ništa, samo to. I onda su skontali kako da ga nerfuju pas. Što je veća distanca, to metak brže pada. Do 50 metara nema veze, preko 50 metara već vidio si sam metak ide dole. Ma kak, priđi. Maja. Evo ti ga podnam. Jes.
Kad uđem unutra samo da stisnem, da vidim. 2 sniča i 2 sniča i...
Šta je sku?
2 horneta.
Neko izginuo, si čuo? Player, multiplayer. Ćeš po sniča da odeš, šta?
Ne znam gdje je sve.
Pa ne, gdje je pao, ti izgubio.
Pa ne ide pički mater, šuk odletao daleko je jebot.
A znaš ti generalni pravac, pa ću ga naći.
Pa ne znam. Sad ovdje da ti kažem. Nema veze, naći ću sad. Bože moj.
Imaš li keksića?
Keksića? A što su dio sam?
Za čaj, a?
Za čaj? Probat ću. Kad uzmem čaj. Ajmo vam. Treba bombu da difuziram.
Fuse the bomb.
Da.
Ja sinoć dolazim na posao i izlazim iz kola i tamo ulazim na vrata gde radim.
Da.
Ja vidim nema ispred Ljube što kiša pljušni. Kad ona ispod kola parkiranih su uštekala tačno preko puta vrata, znaš da ima pregled kad ja dođem. Od tog vrištanja, vrati. 10 do sad, pa mokra sam, pa nisam jela, nervozna sam, kao da mi to govori, ne? Je otvorio vrata, ona ušla i ona se nahranio.
Znam. Ne bi da stojim ovdje napolje. Desno mi treba.
Ajde jebote, si morao nas vidiš jebote. Dosadno jedno.
A computer terminal, in here.
There we go. Perimeter node just lit up on my end. It's flagging a breach in the arrival building. Could be nothing, but that alarm is
Let's go to the arrival building.
Head over and find out what's triggering it.
Hvala. Uf. Uf.
Bebe sam udario.
Ne znam šta ti kažem. Ne bi ja žurio.
Realno neki stup je nešto. S koje strane priđemo. Čekaj.
Shredder, out there.
Stani.
Pa da, može oko ovog zida da se ide.
Da, ne bi ga ubio. Ne razumeš, ne bi ga ubio. Jer dok god njega imaš tu živog, razumeš, bar će razmisliti 2 sekunde, razumeš, prije nego što te budu pucali. Samo ga ostavi. Primetio si da nema baš 50 igrača trča ovdje, jel da?
Kolike pacavčine, evo.
Mislio sam čuo tika negde. Ajde, pogledajte fjord. Kako na poslu? Jeste dok ti je on ovdje, razumeš, barem znaš da razumeš, niko ne može da trči okolo i puca. Znači privućiš ga da dođe, ne mi nego, bilo ko. Onda će biti masakr. Ja znam njega da pobegnem. A kao ste rekao, on omad. Kad smo se bili tukli s njime, kad smo ga pajserom bili da ga razbucamo.
Da, ono dva imbecila.
A nisu ga pucali, pobegli su od njega.
Strašno, video sam.
Pa ne znam da igre, razumeš.
Robota jebate.
Mi smo ga macolom tukli, nismo mogli da ga pucaju. Znam šta ti kažem.
Sam očekivati od Bugara, pozdrav za Sofiju.
Thanks.
I Plovdiv. Yes.
Imaš safe pocket?
Imam.
Ovo će ti trebati 2 komada, odi.
Hey, cracked bioscanner.
Daj si 2 komada za level 2 medika. Možda nisi trekao, ali ja ti kažem unapred.
Rečao sam, meni treba za 3 medik. Digao sam to.
A pa ti si onda igrao dan noć.
Sad.
Menao sam ja.
Čuš. Yes. Pa ono sam solo ulazio i luto, ništa posebno, ništa tamo na one bericeti. Tamo možda nađeš toga dosta.
Ako ideš kroz bolnicu, da.
Pa kroz bolnicu i onaj, kao zove, Space Port, ono zgrada. Space Travel, onaj. Viđi ovog našeg.
Pusti ga. Kurac. Mada mislim da imaš dovoljno durable cloth.
Imam jedan, to sam rašio.
Ovo možda napraviš.
Da.
Dolazi na maj. Ajde kurci. Još dolazi. Čuje. Misclick. Kupio štampane ploče. Pravi motherboard. Mislim, ovako izgleda. Treba ti za level 3, ja mislim, upgrade 3 komada. Ne bi da se očunjamo gore, na gornji sprat, ali da ga ne agramo. Vamo desno. Ovdje lift, odi. No, nije lift. Ali je prigušeno. Ne znam koliko ti je ovo pametno ili nije, ali razumeš. Igram na tu kartu da je većina tih agresivnih PP igrača, razumeš, dovoljno agresivna da ne mogu da prođu pored njega, da ga, razumeš, ne zategam.
Našao sam 3 motherboard.
3 ti treba i to ti to. Meni trakuje i dalje, ali ne treba mi. Piše mi kao da mi treba, ali... Zato što mi trebaju i ostale stvari.
Onda dok sve ne završiš, on ti dalje pokazuje.
Glupa.
Yes. Da ti krpe ako hoćeš sad.
Ima...
Bio sam Spider-Man.
Imam 50 krpa. Slavko još nije skupio brodići.
Neka igra malo igru.
Pa... To mu ti reci. Ja sam rekao ako nađem i bude imao mesta, evo ti. Skupio to stare. 3 ti drave.
Fali mi jedan, da.
Pa taj.
Pa rekao sam, brate, dođi da malo igra za promjenu.
Da, ali ja sam, na primjer, igrao sam. A ja sad njemu kažem da igram sam, on kaže ne mogu sam.
Pa onda, brate, neka ne igra.
Mislim, mogu ja da igram oko s tobom i s njim, ali ako nema nikog, ako mi se igra, igrat ću.
Ja igram sam.
To je Nenad, nešto radio mu. Nešto radio mu.
Nenad, ubit ćete žene.
Ne, žene.
Žene, kao ženski rod je imate život.
Znači, ostavila ga ona.
Ja bih ga rekao sam mu ja, ali to što on neće sam to, šta ja radim sad, ja igram sam.
Na krpa 500, druže.
Kako sam ja ušao sam i dok sam igrao svoje, sam tebi iznao 9 Matrixa, sad sam ja oznao, bukvalno 2 meča sam iznao.
Nije, zato što si igra. Opa. Ejde.
Sutra krećem.
Čega?
Za Ostrijog.
Ideš Manitu da se moliš.
Idem peške do Ostrijog.
Što, nemaš para za prevoz?
Ja sam prvi put. Kad sam išao peške, sam
Ili
treba prvi put ići peške.
A misliš od podnožja do gore peške, što misliš?
Sam mislio Novog Sada, Ostrava.
Pa možeš, da kažeš vjeru.
451 km.
Pješke.
Naravno ću mi tjeva.
Idu ti 3 na stek, tako da ti ništa ne košta da pokupiš još jedan. A razbiji se u žici, to znaš. Ovo je kao neki medical wing ovdje, ali...
Jebi ga, neće sam, nema vremena da igra, pa nemam nija vremena mu skupljam.
Pa imam, ali mogu i druge stvari da radim. Može i on. Pa, ovi vidi, razumi ga. On je ono, porodični čovjek, ima obaveze. Sve ja to razumem.
Music album, here.
Svi mi imamo obaveze.
Ja sam bacio senzore, ali nisi ih vidio, a?
Ma video sam, bre, nego... O jebate, ne više mesta, imam već 3.
Ti imaš 3, dosta ti je. Ajmo. Imaš 3, dosta ti je. Ajmo gas, bježmo odavde. Pun krcat, ajmo.
Evo. Ma da, brate, posle svega upiču.
Ćao. Ti mene više plašiš tom baterijskom nego njih.
Ne boj se, to sam ja. Trudna mi ljubane, mačka. Mačka. Fe, nisu i mačke što su nekad bile, da. Iskoristio neke čukjela, neki matori mačar, razumeš?
Ja mislim da neće
Prvo što se pojavila kod mene se vremenski poklapa, znaš. U stomaka, kod mene neki mjesec dan.
Pusti to Dark, to su ti spoteri, Dark, to su ti spoteri. Znaš razliku je među snitcha i spotera. Dođi vam. Ja pričam zidovima.
Bilo sam vrati kod tebe.
Dobro. To nije snitch bio. Imamo 6 minuta. Nemoj da nam navlačiš velikog Arka na grbaču.
Neću. Već to su dobro.
Previsok smotiš.
Prema. Ja niže.
O.
Head home at the west trench hatch.
Oj! Bravo. Lep pokušaj, ali ništa.
Jurit.
Znam. Evo ti kurac. Ajmo, bježimo. Ako imaš mesta, uzmi senzor, ako nemaš mesta... Aj, skupljam za ključa. Ne, imam 5 već, džaba. Pun su. Biti tu još 5 minuta, 10. Posle ovoga meča jedna pauza, Darko. To ćeš brati nešto da pokažem.
Dobro, opušteno, znači idem da ispošim.
A može biti pauza, jedno povore. Ti treba ovaj?
Sve mi treba.
Imaš i mjesta za ovo? Ti treba corner driver?
Treba. A ja mislim da mi je 2 i trebalo, 2 ili 3, ja vidjet ću kad izađem. Ja mislim po 2 da mi je trebalo, ono 2 sniča, spotera, šta već i 2 ovo.
Ajmo da. S tobom i Kecmanom kad igram to je lutanje do zadnje sekunde.
Ne luta, samo sam otvorio.
Ne odvaram uopšte. Ne mora sve u zadnji sekund. Ja sam izlazio, ali kad igram solo, izlazio sam u 30 sekundi. Stoji. Izvršno obavio.
Dala mi vamo neko što radim.
Tamo gdje radite?
Probo?
A probat ću sad samo da se iskobeljam. Time is working against me. Ne bukvalno, vidio.
Okolo tako. Kolariću, Paniću.
Ti pono ključ.
Ja sam i iskoristio ključ, evo to onaj.
Znači nisi pono ključ. Imam ja ključ.
A imaš? Zajebalaš me, a? Iskoristio sam bio prošli meč, znaš smo izašli. A bači se dole tako, pičko jedan ti.
Gdje se spoda?
Kali. Žini ti kad se radiš, ja ću idem solo malo dvijem.
Ajde.
Malo misli igrat, dok ti ne dođeš, ne znam.
Ajde.
Ono tu su. Znaš ću da radi. Radovska.
A. Ovo ti je ono kao stvarno pecivo, znaš.
Ja ga moćem bude lijepo. Moćeš.
Wow.
Ilija!
Šta treba? Što vičeš?
Idi ti kreši tamo ne gledam.
Jest. To je posao za penzionere. Kad bude to se prebaci ja ću.
Za penzionere,
Pa nema šta da radiš, šta hoćeš sve da ti mi uradimo, aj Simo, i šta ćeš onda ti?
Nemoj ti si.
A? Šta ćeš onda ti? Ti lezi. Predaj si i lezi. Kažu ljudi duže žive kad rade. Tebi obaveza jedina svaki dan da uzmeš da iskidaš par drva. To ti obaveza.
Radi smo jučer.
To nisam znao. Dobro vidiš.
A ne rad, gospodin.
A fukara može i reba. Znaš ti šta je fukara?
Ne.
A on se kaže loš čovjek.
Jeste. No comment. Interesting. Fuck. smo imali mi ovakav razgovor.
Huntress. Welcome to my channel.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, welcome. How the hell do I light that thing again on fire?
Bloodborne is the king.
It is. I played Elden Ring.
The goat of Souls games.
Elden Ring and Souls games and all the Sekiro isn't really for me. Hey, first try. And this is shorter game.
Shinigami Huntress. Thanks for following.
Thanks for follow. How do I forgot? Okay. No, not like that. I have to remember. It's my actually New Game Plus. I can't remember. Oh. Whoops, it is. So what is the thing that I need to hit if I want to set the stuff on fire? I forgot. Wow. Bye, 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 my darling. Shinigami Hunters. Fair enough. Ah. Here it is. Here it is. Don't mind me. No, otišao sam da befriendem Đuru. Kenneth. Oh yes. Precious pebble. Precious pebble. Where do we go? Tu stvari. Što si zaboravio? Mjau? Mjau? Gdje si mačak? Sjedi!
Tu ili gdje ćeš? Sjedi.
My cat just is recovering from a cold, nasty cold. He's kind of getting better. Say. Let's. Jest, to wam jest. Wait. I'm missing something. Might be. No. Nope. So. Okay. Go back to your guard spot. It's so cold. Arrest in pepperoni. Right. Sure. Let's try. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Soon I have to get snatched. Yes. So let's go back. One of his peaceful go back. Da 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 da. Nice. Go up. The other one died of boredom. Sure. Okay, Granny. Fight through the pain. So what's their story, I wonder? Okay. enough. Here comes Granny. Well. O. May you find your worth. Waking world. I'm gonna hit shit. No. Back to old Yarna. workshop, and then we find the church workshop. But why is he? the red back. Magic. Amelia. Amelia. Oh my god, who's Amelia? Who is Amelia? Da.
Ali tako da nije tako stajala za petla. Ja nešto, brate, hteo da vidim
Koji?
Pa za petla opet uđem, rekao, da vidim je stvarno sklonili. Viš da meni nije isti, da gore, skroz desno, sliku sam ti ono za petla za levelom, vidiš? Nije tako bilo uopšte.
Nije.
Pa da.
Samo su ga pomerili u stranu, a pošto smo ga mi bili napredili ranije, pre nego što su oni to promenili, aj ti to nismo ni videli, čini mi se. I tek sad kad smo nadali reset, onda kao, sad kao to u stranu.
Možda je došlo s ovim update-om, ne znam. Ali nema veze. Jel da, to je došlo onda kad su bacili da ga hraniš, vjerovatno. Postavljam. Znači, ogrlice za pjetla.
Previše slova. Ili peta, ili pjeta, ili nije... Previše samoglasnika si iskoristio, nema veze.
Pjetla.
Da, to je previše. Jedan moj kolega na poslu isto tako ima neku...
Ja se zajebavam, ne kažem ja pjetla.
Ne kaže niko. Ne kaže sekirao, ni sjekirao, već sjekirao.
Sekirao, vrat, ko je igrao na vrat?
Ne falo. Ne falo. Rekao sam nije loša igra, ali nije za mene. Liči na... Pa... Liči na ostale Souls igre. Samo što nemaš nikakvu slobodu, pošto si ninja neki, Ronin, šta si? To bi se možda tebi sviđalo, meni se ne sviđa. Zaključan si za jedan režim oružja. Imaš 2 mača u igri, čini mi se, imaš onu prostetičku ruku na kojoj imaš, ne znam, imaš štit da iskoristiš, imaš bacač plamena, tako. Imaš kupu...
U Ghost of Tsushima ti u stvari kao iz samuraja, kao postaješ kao neki ninja u fazonu u stvari, kako pogledaš, ona maska i sve. To ona stealth, ona borba, to se... Ako se ninja bore, ne se samuraji, shurikeni da bacaš i pičke mate.
Jest. Sve je tako.
Audi. Ja malo preušao na na Berit City, tamo onaj Space Travel.
Da.
Prolazi neko pored mene i zavija, znaš, ja odgovorim, tek čuješ i trećeg u istoj zgradi, i četvrti, peti, tek počeli iz zgrade pored, u Zološkom vrtu, svi tako 10 minuta, brate, pa svi, brate. Nešto sam digao neki ston sa levelovao.
Ali ne znaš koji?
Da, na treći moram pogledati kada još te malo predsam još nego. Ja mislim medical ili ne. Ili ono za oružje ili...
Šta si rekao da si imao Bastion Cell, ili?
Imam 3, da, treba 6.
Pa jesi ih iskoristio, nisi?
Pa nisam, treba 6 kako je.
Možda jesi imao Rocketeer drivera?
Pa znaš da smo uzeli onda pa smo izginuli ti je.
Pa dobro, jesi li ih imao možda u save pocketu?
Nešto drugo sam ostavio u save pocketu, ne se setim šta tešno sad. Havodi. Setim šta.
Ko zna.
Znam da smo bili puni, išli smo na izlazni. peto.
We've had to build our topside infrastructure in stages. Our engine's snap glass and trigger nades will stick to surfaces.
I've been pestering Tianwen for a while now, trying to get her to help out.
Medical lab sam digao na 3. Dobro. Gunsmith sam digao na 3. Tu mi trebaju oni sentineli, ona sranja. Imamo ona 3 izopčenika, to sam još prenašao nešto. Gearbenčević na 3, 2 industrijske baterije i 3 bastiona. Eksplozive na 3, dobro. Faneri 3. I pjevač je na 1. Pjevač. Go sam Pijeto.
Pa da.
A da, tako su pomerili mi ono, skroz je bilo drugačije. Nije tako pomerili.
Nije.
Ja slučajno nešto ušao da vidim na petla i vidim, razumeš. Ajde ti slika.
Here's a tip, Raider. Hornets tend to hover. Now, if my designs hold up, that's the perfect time to stick them with an explosive or two. Testing. Testing. Comms seem to be working. And hey, while you're there, Shawnee picked up a major rumble near your location. Do you see any sign of a collapse? Let's head home at the forced air shaft.
Evo ga mrtav Raider tu. Možda ubiven od strane robota. Leš. Lešina. Evo spušta se onaj turbina.
Let's go to Trapper's Glade.
Hey, Raider.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. šta je kuglica ovih po zgradi.
Da.
Mamu ti jebem u pičku poremećenu, bre. Brate, ako nije jedno test loptica, već me napalo nije jedno.
Hello?
Šta je ovo?
Hello?
Radi.
Hello there! Hey, Raider!
Hello.
There. Raider, there. side air shaft. Head home at the warehouse air shaft.
Hey! Hello, Raider!
Treba će cat bed za petrol, tako?
I cat bed i... kako se zove ono drugo?
Našao sam i one jastuke, jel tako?
I jastuk, comfortable pillow, tako. Sve te neke finese.
A jebi ga ni ono, petlić, crni petal. Ne bi ga ni navikao na luksuz, znači.
Pitanje zašto je ruksak na sred livade?
Livada. Daj, šta mi jebe ovaj marker, pušiš mi kurac.
Team up? Hey! Hey!
Jel on?
Mislim, petao svako daje dosta da ga ne leveluješ, ali...
Hey, Raider!
Pa ni ja nisam primijetio da je mnogo manje daje. Da je pun kurac. Yeah, you better hide. Jesus Christ, how did you...
Salam alaikum.
Hello, Cloud.
Salam alaikum.
Never mind.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Salam
I won't listen, I'm an atheist. Whatever you say. Hello, this is quite a pickle, huh?
Hello.
I wouldn't go outside.
Good wish.
I won't go outside.
Over here.
Go grade.
Ninja.
Hello, Cloud, what's up?
Ark go grade.
Does now. That's it. I'm gone. Bye bye. You may press the button.
Go?
Hey, go. So many.
Thanks a lot.
I'm cosplaying as a pirate.
Commander and steal.
No, you know, pirate.
We need to kill, plunder and steal to be pirate.
No. I'm there to make chaos.
The master thief.
To throw wrench in every plan.
Okay, I have to go. Good luck.
Really? You just came to say that, okay? Thanks.
Bye.
Okay.
I know that look. That's a job well done. Thanks, waiter. Soon enough, we'll feel snap glass and trigger nades will stick to surfaces.
That collapsed highway. Head back to the valley by the blue gate and see if you can find out what caused the highway to collapse.
What are you doing, Ilija?
Šta treba?
Pa pitam, što radiš? Joj.
Radim zaratke, ništa posebno.
Ja moram ići da jedem, ja se stušavam u pičkovac. Kako sam skuvao.
Have you checked out that collapsed highway yet?
Ma tunjevina, da. Pojedem još posao. Stušavam. Koliko mi treba? 10 minuta, 15. Howdy.
Ha, prijatno ti bilo.
Thank you. Doktor Košlov.
Ti radiš u 6 Pretpostavljam.
Pa tu sam do pola 6.
Aj, dobrze. Pušteno.
Možda barem kod... Samo da ovo puštim. Mislim, nema šta sam gledao. Slušaj. Yes. Howdy.
Ovdje, da.
This is Shani. Head to the collapsed highway and see if you can find any traces of what caused its destruction.
Down there. Wasp. Hello? Hello there.
Hello.
Can you just hold on for a bit? I need to... Okay, there's the flare. Just hang back and you'll have the supply chain. Hey there, Raider. Need a supply drop? All right, good. I see you already set up the plan. Just give us a second.
Hey, hello! Hey, Raider!
Watch out for that. I'm gonna guess you got downed. Do you want me to revive you?
If you can, mate, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Peace.
You got this blueprint, mate?
Blueprint? I don't know. What are you
Here
offering?
go, tactical MK3.
Thanks. Thank you, man.
You are welcome.
Thanks.
Good luck next match. Watch for that flyer. No good deeds went unpunished.
Well, Exiles, I messed up. I missed out on some important Path of Exile 2 news in my last info video that I'd like to cover here today from a new interview with Grinding Gear Games game director for PoE 2, Jonathan Rogers, plus GGG keeps dropping wonderful new info on patch 0.5 that you might miss if you're not keen on the social media front, but worry not, I'm covering that here today, and if you've already seen it, well, I'm going to give my take on all this splendid new stuff coming to PoE 2 with Return of the Ancients. You Exiles seem to like the chill vibes of the last new video, and I'm going to keep them going. Make sure if you do enjoy this content, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below. It's the absolute best thing you can do to help the channel grow. Let's move straight into something that many players will be very excited about. There are significant campaign changes coming to Path of Exile 2, specifically to Acts 1, 2, and 3, per one of the level designers at Grinding Gear Games named Suna. They dropped this screenshot right here in the Campaign Codex Discord, which is a server dedicated to determining the layouts and getting through them as quick as possible in the PoE 2 campaign. Well, that campaign has been painful for many players, and Grinding Gear Games realizes that, but they don't really want to allow you to skip it, and they don't want to shorten it significantly, so they're adding the clues that Jonathan and Mark spoke about in the interview, but they're also revamping many areas or slightly changing them if they just don't flow well. In the case of Act 3, and it sounds like 2, some areas are getting completely reworked. Some might even be removed from the game. I got that snippet from an insider that I have in the racing community. Additionally, you might be accessing one area that you didn't access from a different area before. The entire layout of the campaign might be shifting completely, and we know the Dreadnought, which was once 2 carts, is now only 1 cart, so really, the campaign that many casual or slower players did complain about being far too long in the past might be a lot shorter in patch 0.5. Are you looking forward to these changes? Are you hoping perhaps they're paired with plopping in a couple bosses into the empty areas that just don't have bosses? That's something that I would love to see personally. I didn't think the campaign was too long, but smoothing out the entire journey and allowing players who are paying attention and have the knowledge to traverse quicker and getting rid of some of these more annoying layouts, I think is just a win in my eyes, as long as they don't add campaign skip. Next up, we know Path of Exile 2 is adding over 40 new uniques to the game in this patch, but are they going to be any good at all? That is the question. Will you equip them or a rare item for most of your character's journey? Well, Grinding Gear Games are doing their absolute best to design some pretty sick new uniques in the game. They showcased 2 of them this week. The first is named Nightfall, which is essentially Captain America's vibranium shield that you can throw at enemies. It bounces between enemies, off walls, and while it's in the air, you can choose to leap to it, as shown in the footage right there, and do a massive slam into the ground. It looks build defining, it looks fantastic, it looks very engaging, and it just opens up a brand new playstyle, which is something that I love to see with uniques. Where do you get it though? We'll talk about that more in a moment. And then next up, we have this. Redemption, which is a brand new base item in Path of Exile 2, a Trarthan cannon. It's literally a grenade launcher that allows you to build up a form of rage that allows you to just spam grenades as much as you want for a certain amount of time. It surely looks ridiculous, and they even went a step further and they added this item's base as a craftable base in the game. So now you can even craft this new interesting crossbow in the end game as a rare weapon, which just sounds phenomenal. Path of Exile 2 players already loved grenade and mercenary builds in 0.4, even 0.3, but this unique, it makes some of them even more powerful. Yeah, it has limitations, but the possibilities that it opens up seem pretty wide open, and the weapon itself, it seems strong. It doesn't seem weak. It seems like it might beat out a rare crossbow in certain scenarios, which is great. That's what we want to see with these unique weapons. Now for Redemption, this looks like a world drop, meaning it could drop from any monster in the game, though it does have a decently high item level requirement. Now Nightfall only drops, I believe, from the Breach boss Tool and Eshed, meaning you need to get to endgame, fight a pinnacle boss to earn this particular drop. This has opened up a little bit of a can of worms in the community that I see the points of, but I'm actually a fan of this type of design. It means it locks out players from really starting with this particular build. You need to get to endgame, fight Tool and Eshed, and get lucky enough to get Nightfall to drop, or you need to trade for it. Right? You need to buy it from somebody else.
A Hornet, the Pilgrim's Peak. Hornet. Hornet, the Pilgrim's Peak.
Ifrizga. Welcome to my channel.
Hey, hello!
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. I would rather not shoot at you, or vice versa. We're good.
Esperanza.
Let's go to that location.
10 minutes. All raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Sure.
Audi.
Šta god. Dobar dan.
Hello. Hey. Malo ću samo pojedem tuši, kaficu i to i to.
Pa, misliš to si sve uradio?
Da.
A.
Pa šta, mislim, nema tu šta, brat. Spremam da jedem na brzinu. Jedem neku kafu. Prosto si kirao. Šta radiš u Speranci ili ja?
Pa malo pre sam skupljao voće.
Voćnjake. Howdy.
Šta god. Preći će polako, polako.
A što, kako Čekić ovaj? Aha.
Kakav Čekić?
Da Valer set, onaj kao riblja ova, kao glava, šta je već. Ovaj Čekić da dreno sidro dobiješ je zoveš.
Ne znam, ja sam kupio sidro davno.
Pa nije loše sidro, da?
Uh.
Pa u tom setu je taj kao Čekić. Stvari ceo set, Čekić, ona korpica i sidra. Možda ja uzmem sidro kad dobijem neke, pa ne, imam 240.
If you're looking to chat, Paulo is more than happy. Where'd you find those?
Šta te briga, debelo?
Hey.
Have you checked out that collapsed highway yet?
I've been pestering Tian Wen for a while now, trying to get her to help out around here.
The kids around here just kick the casings into the vents as hard as they can.
Treba bi da
But
odem
apparently,
na...
that's not how you do it.
Damn, Battleground.
If there are others,
Kad će ručak?
a name.
Ček sekundu, daj mi se penjam malo. Ne, u 4 ne verujem da će. Možda u 5.
Kao ovaj Castaway set. Imao masku neko šta je.
Jebi ga meni je sad ručak.
Pa jedi, ja ću
Ako hoćeš
odigram
da
ja sam.
startaš jednu bez...
Pa može, idem tamo na
bez
Bericit,
mene,
idem da...
slobodno.
Idem da lutujem tamo.
Ja ručam, mislim, možeš odigrati slobodan.
Bericit i lagano.
Pa eto, to tamo su ti blizu izlazi. Sve ti u 50 metara sto.
Ma jes.
To će brzo.
Polako.
La 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 la. La la la. I'll be right back.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Kako ide?
Oj, ništa, lutam bez veze u ovom.
Bez veze.
Space Sport, Pa po zgradi tamo se šečkam. Šećarim. Mogu izađem odmah, jes.
Okej. No.
Ti mi kurac. Jes. Samo završim ovu zgradu, imaš jedan sprat. Šta se to čujem?
Ako jede jabo.
Bogati. Ne, čujem nešto.
Jes.
U igri. Ti sprat sam. Ještě jedan sprat je dost. Eto, našao sam i ogrlicu do pjetla. To sam našao na 6. spratu, onoj metalnoj, kao kontejner, onaj ispred vrata, znaš što pored? Oni što se obije.
Aha.
Tamo sam našao ogrlicu za petl. Da ne bude da sam ušao tek tako, viš. Možda nađemo još nešto zanimljivo.
Može.
Jes. Neko umreo. Pa se čuo kako je geknuo.
But I seek not just to hold it. I seek to become its champion, like the Asmiri of old. I seek to become a spirit walker.
Danas ja u zgradi, jebote, nešto sam isto ovdje lutujem.
In Return of the Ancients, we're adding an ascendancy class for the Hunter, the Spirit Walker. We covered some of this in our recent content review, but here we will dig deeper and even showcase some potential builds. Most of the ascendancy class is devoted to 3 aspects of the Spirit: Vivid, Primal, and Wild. The Vivid path conjures stampeding stags when you attack. Vivid Stampede gives you extra damage, area coverage, and shocking capabilities. If you want to really focus on the stags, the Morrigan's Guidance lets you create even more stampedes with even more damage, trampling your enemies into dust. The Primal path, meanwhile, is all about projectiles. The owl grants you boons in the form of their feathers, which can be spent to add extra projectiles to your next skill. If you'd rather unleash the occasional barrage, the Mucker's Gift lets you store up and use multiple feathers at once. And if you're really keen, the owl feathers work on spells too. For those who prefer their animal companions to be more literal, summon a wild protector to give your enemies a bear hug they won't soon forget. The bear is a powerful companion in its own right, and can also provide significant utility. Breaking enemy armor, maiming enemies, violent intimidating roars, and keeping itself fit to fight with its large health pool and life leech. Best of all, the bear doesn't even take up your companion slot, so you can keep your tame beast alongside you too. The Cartha's balance skill can take your companion's damage one step further by giving them extra damage based on your weapon. Spirit walkers who master all 3 aspects of the spirit may attract the favor of the elusive Sacred Wisps. The Sacred Unity passive is free. It provides enhancements to all 3 skills. The stags seek out enemies and can turn mid-stampede. Owl feather empowered skills create a new type of ground effect. And the bear protects allies near it. Taking this node also causes all three skills to change appearance to reflect their sacred empowerment. The Spirit Walker has a couple of tricks up his sleeve outside of animal sport. Idolatry provides massive bonuses to more minion-focused builds. And last, but definitely not least, the Natural Order passive grants Tame Beast the ability to tame bosses. Yep, all of these. It probably won't come as a surprise to hear that these bosses can cut through packs and bring the pain to their former friends. If you like the look of the Spirit Walker, but need some further inspiration for what to do with it, we've put together a couple of in-game builds to give you ideas, kindly made by some of our developers. First up, we have the Stormbringer. We have a standard-looking twister build dialed to 11, where we utilize Whirling Slash and Barrage to unleash twisters to devastate our enemies. We will use a combination of Barrage and our new notable Primal Bounty to create so many twisters, it more resembles a full cycle. Allocating Wild Protector, Primal Bounty, and Vivid Stampede will unlock a notable that empowers all three, giving them more utilities and features. Thanks to Primal Bounty and the Mucker's Gift, we generate a Primal Owl Feather every few seconds that will be used when we dodge roll to empower our next projectile attack, firing more twisters and increasing their speed. But now, we want to start to empower our Wind Ruckus with the elements, gaining significantly more damage. To do that, we take Vivid Stampede, which grants us a vivid wisp every 10 meters we travel, which we can do.
Farmuju za dropovi, onda masa se buni. Kao, smanjili su, ne znam, šta me boli kurac, šta su smanjili?
Šta su smanjili? Steam levele, šta?
Ne XP u igri, brzo, CS za drop. Kad igraš.
Kakav drop?
Dobiješ manje.
Oni sanduci, a ne gluposti, šta se skina?
Ma daj tamo, mislim, nije ništa strašno, brate, mi ne razumeš. Mislim, ovako je bilo prebrzo, ovako mi sad masa tu drami. Viš da su promenili ceo Steam Market, sad su kao oni sajtovi, oni...
Da.
Oni ilegalni za trade, oni za kocku, da. Nešto oni hoće da ih marginalizuju. Sjebaće, hvala. Vratno imaju neku caku, rade u koracima, ne?
Pa, verovatno. Što bi svi ko bogati na onome što ja radim, no?
Pa upravo to. A osjetljivo je previše para uloženo i ljudi dali zbog tužbi, ima to vjerojatno i tih caka, znaš.
Have you checked out that collapsed highway
Na
yet?
sve je. Onda mi piše ovaj njegoš mali kako je, ne znam. Manje XP-a, koga boli kurac za XP, čoveče. Ja igram što mi se igra, ne za XP, život. XP će dođe svakako, ali tako?
Da.
Ili drop, ja ni ne igram zbog dropa, ja čisto ono prodam jer ono ne skupljam te skinove, razumiješ? A ne igram ono specijalno, samo zbog dropa, onda jebem ti šta igraš igru. Još kukaš, znači imaš opciju da ti da džabe da nešto možda prodaš, što je njihova dobra volja i ti još kukaš, što si dobio ne znam šta. Od evro 2, što nisi dobio, ne znam, 50. Kad sve ide random, razumiješ. Štaš? Level up. 3 limona i 3 aprikota.
Da.
Pa to treba za drugi korak, gledam šta treba.
Ćeš da odemo da ubereš koliko ti treba?
Pa može mi sve jedno, nije mi hitno ništa. Ako hoćeš šta ti hoćeš sve jedno. Samo da vidim. Ovo ću da recikliram. Viš, mogo bi novi pancir da ovaj štit napravim. Znaš, ljudi tako pišu gluposti, ko da mene interesuje. Video sam i sam, brate, da su promenili uopšte boli na kurac. Gluposti, razumiješ? Ma se bre razmažena, obisno. Reći je to glupostima koje reče posla ljudi. Već. 5. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pa mi piše non stop kako mu je teško, kao ulazi, kao, to ti ono kad na silu nešto
What's up? I'm Troubleshoot. It's a quick guide on
Ne moraš to da radiš, si ne sviđa.
collapse, follow the trail of destruction through the broken earth, so we can follow the valley or traverse them. There's nothing here, basically just the in-between way up. Now, once you eventually get here, you'll see that that part of the quest is complete, and it says investigate the unknown arc machines. So inside of here, you'll need to head across to, first of all, on the south end, this big point here, investigate, and once you've investigated the first part, you're basically done. You can also investigate on the north side if you come from that direction.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Čega sad?
Yes.
Zadatak, šta?
Ma da.
Pa ne možeš... Jel imaš neki na Bluegate?
The kids like to kick the casings into the vents as hard as they can. But
If there are others like...
Imam da stabilizujem neki observation deck.
Ne moraš da čitaš više.
To je to.
Ne moraš da čitaš, znaš šta treba.
Vidim šta još ima. Nova mapa. Catch repairs, to ne znam da li može na bilo kojoj mapi, ja?
To možeš sad da iskoristiš, umjesto catcha da iskoristiš taj izlaz. Da ti u suštini džabe ključ, kako ti objasnim.
Stella Montis i destroy to Arx enemy, use explosive grenade. Da, to je ono što si ti valjda radi.
A treba ti obična bomba. Ne treba ti onaj kako se zove...
Gledam, mislio sam.
5 onih malih crnih bombi ti treba, na primjer. Ti se ja ponobio. Najlakše je gađati ona govna od... ili pauke ili one male eksplozivne, kako se zovu, ili... Kuglice. Kad se otvori. Čim zine, mada ja se zajebam. Ona priđe, ja bacim bombu, sebi skini health, ali dobro, nebitno. Bitno je ubijem. A ono za triggernicu sam uradio. Bacim na zemlju, a on preleti vratima da me strujom omami. Ja izvirim iza vrata, a on krene struju da opali, ja aktiviram C4 i bam.
Go to that location.
Da ovdje ima dosta tamo, u onom selu.
Jedan cat treba.
Jedan?
Onda treba...
Imam više, imam 3 ili 2, ja mislim 3 da imam.
Jedan ti treba. Ko ti voćka treba?
Samo da pogledam. Gdje mi peto je, evo.
Skroz dole.
3 limuna i 3 aprikot.
Ne znam šta sam otresao. Je li oliv? Da, jedan.
Pa će to trebati?
Aha.
Kasnije, no?
Aha. Treba mi odmah. Samo tuci nogom. Ovo, dođi. Pade neće.
Pokupi, imaš one...
E.
Leaves.
Ne treba više, jedna. Samo jedna. Ne, ej, šta radiš? Pa ne reaguje na nas.
Pa znam.
Pa zašto pucaš?
Pa pucam, već, šta tu
Oh. Ništa. Nemaš tu vojski. Otišao si previše u salu. Dobro, ako nećeš ništa da beremo, ne moramo. Mi nismo od početka meča, čim to gori, to je ubijeno pre...
Koji je minut?
Vidim sad kad si ga lutovao.
Pa ja nisam obraćao pažnju uopšte.
Mislim, ti im pokazuješ mrtvog lipera, ono nemoguće su gubili odmah.
Ne tu, šta sam teo?
Ti da bereš, ali nećeš.
Htio sam nešto drugo da markujem na mapu. Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Mružen ovaj karakter ovom liku je.
Mislim da ti to taj default skin. Imaš vamo vojskice. Mada... Koji je ovo minut? Koje su šanse?
Prstali su sve, vjerojatno.
Koje su šanse da nađeš vojsku koja nije? Možda samo XP uzmeš, to ti je po 700 XP-a po tome.
Ovo sam promašio, paško vas.
4 puta si interaktovao, nije mi jasno zašto. 3 imaš. Wow.
Što nisam lotao nešto sad.
Ajde. Da ti treba snić skeneri.
Kupit ću, mada ja mislim da mi ne treba sniča mi, treba oni drugi kurac. Moram pogledam sad.
Ajmo.
Ja sam bio našao, ne znam koji, da ne mogu da skrećem i da gledam, mislim mogu, ali... Sam da vidim. Dva sniča, dva sniča i... Dobro, ovo su sentineli, ali to od ono veliko. To je to, ja mislim...
Trebao bi sa mnom otići vamo, ali pazi da nas ne pobije. Može da se desi. Oooo, ne previše levo. Pararam pam, param param pam. Ali koji snič? Treba bi da odem do onoga tanjira. Ako može. Smo stići da prođemo. Evo ga glavnje. Imaš ručnih bombi, uzmi bombe. Vidim, daba mi ga Markoš, nemam čime da ga gađam. Ja, nemoj stojiš tu.
Gdje si, tu si.
Nemoj.
Gledam one marke gore, neki se
Kakav?
stavio.
Pa bacio sam Mark da odem tamo, zato što ću znam gdje treba budem.
Ne da ga gađe mojim govnetom, treba nešto manje.
Nećeš ga ubiti, on je, Darko.
Jedi mamu.
Darko, on je oklopljen.
One govno jedno koje se pomera nevjerovatno idiotski.
Daj mi granate, ubit ću ih ja.
Gađa se.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for help. Yeah, I see.
Vidi neki.
Uff. Ajmo. Njega neš ubiti sa... Vrati. Both.
Save pocket odmah.
Pazi da ne utimo onoga vaporizera da nas ne pretvori u flambarže.
Neće on kruži tamo ko njih.
Da, ali bija niž. Da, ja sam Marko, gore, onaj tanjir.
Tanjir, da znam da si nešto, ja zaboravio isto.
Znam, moraš da mrdaš. Još. Ima dosta stvari ide vamo. Pa, to je to. Ok, šta ti treba, a? Vockici, tako to.
Ako nađe, ja sam isto nešto rešio, ono ko smo bili onog Horneta, šta već.
Snitch, jel?
Ne snitch, brate, presničao neku misiju čedi, ne znam ni šta se prešao. Pa da, ono što moraš da uništiš, Fireball, Turret i Hornet.
A ti treba još koji snitch skener?
Previše, ja.
Znači da poučem jednog, ali da ne poučem sve ostalo, znaš. Vidio sam jednoga dole, evo donje selo. Zapravo, ti imaš pištolj, jel' drži ovo? Evo ti. Zajebavi se s tim, eto ti snajper. Pa ne njih. Nemaš tu nego snitch tamo, skroz. Moraš malo ispred njega, znaš. Ručno se repetira. Imaš da reloadeš svaki metak. Imaš 16 u komori. Slušaj me sad, ne reloaduj svaki put kad opališ. 16 metaka imaš.
On sam reloader.
Ne, nego povuče kako se zove bolt ili zatvarač povuče, da, ali ne pritiskaš reload, R. Gdje je taj?
Pički materijal, kraju mape.
Pa gdje, izašao s mape?
Skroz je iza, man. Znaš ko će taj doći?
Ništa,
Se
ajde.
vidi sa snajperom, ali daleko.
Stačkat ćemo ga vama, ajde. Pukao si ga snajperom i pobjegao je van map. Kakav pusi. Ovo je patrola gore iznad glave.
Proti se u prevodu zove nije pusi, već bugarski dron.
Aha. Evo ti jedan. Evo ti municije. Jako je precizan, samo da znaš. Je sporo puca ko kurac, ali... Koliko vidim, tamo da ne ništa niš pogađa. Gađi. Pogodi ga jednog, nek priđe. Ti si ga izgleda previše oštetio, zato je pobjegao.
Čekam da dođe tu na pot.
Ne, sad je odjebo. Sad će prići. Sad ga pukneš jedno. Oborio sam ga. Došli su mala govna kod nas, pazi.
Brate, ništa me ne nervira kao ovaj Firefly, znači Šao unutra.
Aha. Ću ti jebat mater. Kući usrano motkom. Tebe nervira, možda ako mene nervira. Možda opališ metak iz bilo čega pa da se sakriješ dok on prestane da puca, znaš. Ako neće da ti svaki put zapali. Hoćeš da ti zapali?
Gasnič je uzet.
Imaš tu medium municiju od onoga Horneta.
Mislim da mi Hornet još ne treba.
Imaš plave municije, na to mislim.
Uzeo sam.
Ti treba akumulator.
A treba onaj industrijske baterije.
Imam akumulator.
Olivia. Welcome to my channel.
Izvoli. Pa imam par komada. Jebi ga, nemam pojma, meni liči na akumulator za auto.
Ajde vidimo ovdje da ne moraš se pametiti. Ti one zupčanike imaš, ja imam 3 od 3.
Ne.
To može na parkingu na Berry City.
Ne, ne. Ne, znaš gdje si ih nalazio? Na Riventide, onoj novoj mapi, gdje su oni kontejneri, znaš? Ima pun kurac kontejnera, možda nađeš i zupčanike, i alat, i svašta. Popravio. Mogu je. Samo pogledaj gdje će ti reći da je ključ. Pogledaj okolo. Sve ga moraš pokupiti. Ajde. Uzo se jedan, uzo se jedan. Uzo se jedan. Ulazi.
Job completed? You've got that look. Hold on. You're saying it was down, but free of bullet holes. And it stripped entire forests?
Imam bombi, onih imam 10, poreću. Onih malih.
Malih ručnika šikara.
Dobro, još jedna industrijska baterija i 3 bastiona, imam 3 od 3. Čekaj, dobro, raste.
See what you can find out about whomever brought down.
Ima 3 motora, ovdje nema ništa. A evo ga ovo, utility station je dignut na da. I evo sada sam ono liper, post unit. Lagano. Ide vamo. Skill.
Getting you around.
I've been pestering Tianwen for a while now.
If there are others
The kids around here...
I've been pestering Tianwen for a while now, trying to get her to help out around here. Yeah, her customer service is questionable, but she's a wizard with a wrench.
Koliko si digao ovaj stash, meni je na 232 slota. Sad treba ono za 90.000. Ne, ukupno je na 232, sad na 125 mi je, da. Pa pomalo, ono, drži. Pomalo.
Kad imam para. To radi.
Howdy.
Još nije mi padalo na pamet da je ovo šuplje zapravo. Ovo gore, viš? Nemaš ti ovo.
Znam šta je to, ono što se slika, ona pompa i bicikl, to tamo je sve. No, zbog ove lopte to što.
Cracked bioscanner.
Hello. Hey. Hello. Are you still gonna shoot? Hello. We're not gonna shoot you. Yeah, it's nice of you to like take out your gun and like go to the. Good luck, guys. Good luck. To li tako ide?
A raider cache. Here.
Ja sam našao recept za snajper, taj što ti nosiš. Taj sam napravio, nisam lutao, znaš. Našao sam blueprint u takvoj kutiji.
Ja ne znam koliko sam našao, nisam nešto par, imam MV-li, ne znam, ono da imam.
Envil nisam pravio nikad, ako mi vjeruješ. Nikad. Uglavnom ga lutuš, toliko se lako nalazi. Treba bi da uđemo u ovaj, da se zove Water Treatment Facility.
Možda otvorimo ovoga?
Gubiš oko 40 sekundi. 40 sekundi gubiš. Za 500 XP. Možda da odeš gore, da ga polupaš, da skočiš dole, da čekaš da izgori, dok te svi vide da si tu. I da bi dobio, šta? Nema nikakav poseban loot, znaš.
treba ogrlice za kjera?
Ne. Ajmo. Ostavi ga na miru, ide mi na kurac. Brda. Nisi treba pucaš, šta si, da prođeš unutra i onda da pucaš. Blokira se samo sebe.
Opa, evo naš sam ja motor na stolici bio.
Ti ulaziš na vrat.
Te zatvori vrata s ove strane, skonto da kantaju.
Drži pištolj. Munici.
Misliš da njega igram sad?
Kako hoćeš. Ako ti ne treba snajper, vrati mi ga. Ista ti je med i municija.
Evo ti zavoj ovdje.
Ammo box, over here.
Imam 11 bombi, onih, evo ti 5. Drži ih. Evo ti 6, daću 5.
Daba, nemam ja mjesta za 6, to je problem.
Evo uzim si me nazad sve.
Ljudi. Sada ubiješ bombom, Darko.
A jebo ti, ja zaboravio čekaj.
Znači moraš da se koncentrišeš. Znači, ti si laknuo, barač, mogu sam ga i ja ubiti. Stani. Pukao sam u prednji motor da mu skinem oklo, da može bomba da ga ubije zapravo.
Pauk.
I on se računa, da. Imaš malu kuglicu tu, odi. Možeš nju da razneseš ako hoćeš.
Evo, samo da preimam u stvari 5 bombi. Daj.
Niže, bliže. još jedan. Bra. Radio si?
Jesam.
I've got a showstopper.
Ali iskreno ne treba. To ti nije centri. Centri imaš vamo napred, na primjer.
Da treba turret, to uništim ukupno i ovo destroy to ark svojim granatama teraš. Turret.
Turret ima onaj svoj core koji ti daje. Ali ja sam ih uglavnom nalazio oni mark kuririma. Ma nisi morao to da reš. Jevo i snitch. Samo ti obično stoji ovdje negdje na ćošku. Ma da. Ne znam koga gađa, znaš. To sam se sklonio. Će lipra da puče.
Evo ga.
Ovo je nerealno kako brzo ide. Ne idi tamo, ne idi tamo. Gdje ćeš? Ne možeš mu pobjeći tu. Ne možeš mu pobjeći tu. Ovdje idi. Pao je on dole. Nisam ja dole. Znaš da spopneš gore?
Mogu, čekaj.
Ili ostani u prolazu tu, a možda ga namamiš da krene. Možda da izađeš iz kavera da bi krenuo.
Evo ga video. Što je kod mene zagledao. Spušte ovo dva ispred, ovaj kurac. Turbina.
Koliko si uzeo? Jedan. Super. Skoro da nije ni vredno truda.
A ja već ga moram se uraditi.
Nije ona nas. Nije ona nas. Ajmo. Nemoguće. Osim ako ga ne ispucao. Nemoguće.
You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Čuješ ga?
Ne znam, pa već sad.
Some gun parts.
Mislim da imaš kao jedan od zadatak kad uradiš ovo.
Field crate, down here.
Mislim mi treba jedna.
Možda proveriš. Ako ti piše...
Gledaj sam imao.
Sve što ovaj mali govnar postavlja mine oko nas.
To.
zašto to non stop cepaš kad bukvalno smo morali da usporimo, da ne bismo morali da bijemo ovaj robot.
Tamo sam imao za ovaj meč, tamo smo odigrali.
Ti to praviš ili kupuješ?
Ma nije to ništa skupo što se tiče materijala.